still anime, it's still English, it's not gacha. It's not drops enabled. Creative? That's got to be a thing, right? Apparently not. There's no creativity on Twitch. Wow. Shouldn't be surprised. Seriously? Creative is not a thing. I'm adding it. There we go. Creative. Content classification. What even is that? Drugs! It's a bit early for that. Sexual themes. Definitely not. Definitely not. I was going to click ChatGPT for some reason. Oh, I've got a headache. Okay. What is it? Create a dashboard. Stream info. Game development. Creative. Coming soon. We don't have tags yet. We've got the word Unity in there already. Alright, we should be good. Is my mic on? I think so. Yeah, I can see it. I think the mic's on. I should probably test it though, right? Too late, we're live. Okay, let me test it. Channel. Live. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Is everything muted? Am I muted? I'm muted. Too late, we're live. Okay, let me test it. Okay, we're working. Okay, we're live. Alright, let's do some Genshin first. So yes, I haven't streamed in ages. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, I sound... Well, there's two reasons, right? Because first of all, like, there's been nothing to stream game-wise, really. Just dailies. And also I started university a couple of weeks ago. So I've been settling into the new course, doing lots of college work and stuff. It's just been busy, which is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to do a cooking system for my Scouts Honor game. But I thought first, because obviously we're influenced by the best game ever made, Genshin Impact. Now, to be fair, I don't really need to reference this game to do this, but I wanted to jump in and do dailies anyway. Give people a chance to get here if they want to see me hack together a cooking system or whatever. It's just, you know, it's a nice way to ease me back into the stream. Man, it's been so long since I streamed. It feels like... Is the game audio working? I don't know, this part's quiet. I have to wait for it to do something. Do something! Do something! Make a noise! Yeah, we got game audio. Okay. Okay, so just gonna be like dailies in here really. There's not really a lot going on until Forza Law comes out, and she's like 11 days away, 12 days away, 11 days and 8 hours away to be precise, because obviously we don't care about New Valette. So now dailies we can do now. And everybody else is so happy with this change. I have to be the odd one out. See, I didn't need this. I didn't need the... I know why people asked for it, because people liked that in Honkai Star Rail you don't have to do the mission, the daily mission, if you don't want to. You can just do it by other ways, like taking a picture, and you know, you get various things. And yeah, I like that system too, but I think it works in Honkai Star Rail because Honkai Star Rail doesn't have a big open world. I don't need that for this game, for Genshin Impact, because it's got a big open world. So I actually like having an excuse to go out into the big open world and actually do stuff. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it was a bad change, because I can just, as long as I do dailies first, then I can just pretend it doesn't exist. But yeah, I prefer just to do dailies. I know everybody else feels differently, but I actually like doing dailies. I like doing the daily commissions. And it feels like taking that out kind of gives us even less to do now in between updates, like in downtimes. But like I say, I guess you could always choose to ignore it and just carry on doing things the old way, which is probably what I'm going to do for the most part. It depends, right? If there's a lot on, if there's a big update, I can see how maybe you don't want to do daily commissions. You just wait. Why does that keep happening? There's something weird going on with my fucking computer where it's just, it's like it's alt tabbing things by itself. I don't fucking know why it's doing it, but it's pissing me off. Like, great start of the stream. I'm swearing already. Swearing already. Well, like, I'm trying to play a game, dude. Like, what the hell? Why the hell is Windows doing that? It does it when I'm watching videos and stuff as well. So it's super annoying. And it never used to do that. Ow! Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Quick, swap to Lynette. Those two things are a giant pain in the ass. Yeah, yeah, go away. Those things are hardcore. Right, what is this guy? I brought the cores you want. Wait. Oh, no, I don't. I've got 2 more I need. Mysterious core. What's weird is I've got 7 things that I need for something I was doing last night as well inside this tunnel that I found. And I found 5 of 7 of those as well. I don't think it's the same thing. I think it's just a coinkydink that I needed 7 of those too, and I also only have 5. I think it's just a coinkydink. I don't think it's the same thing, because that wouldn't make sense, right? You can't use the same thing in 2 different quest objectives. I wouldn't have thought, unless you get them back, which I highly doubt. Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Oh no! I've messed everything up. I've messed everything up. You would think I would know how to play this game after 3 years, but apparently not. Apparently I'm still figuring it out. Alright, where's my objective? There it is, it's over there. Man, oh, this game is just so great. I just love it. It just feels so good to play. It's just so chill. One of the best things about it is just like how good it telegraphs to the player. I love, and now some people might hate that, right? It's like, oh, it holds your hand too much, but like I'd much rather that than be running around like a headless chicken, not having a clue where I'm supposed to go, what I'm supposed to do. Some cryptic thing that I'm supposed to like figure out, and yeah, if I wanted to play a game like that, then I'd play a game like that. So I think it suits, like, I'm fine with it because like it suits Genshin perfectly to have the hand holding, because it's like a casual chill game, right? It's like a casual anime RPG chill game. It's perfect. But yeah, if you want to make the next Dark Souls and you make it hold your hand this much, then maybe that's a bad design choice, because you know you gotta be aware of your target audience, right? Oh no, it's raining. Oh, that should help actually with my Dendro reactions. Okay, that's another commission done. I love that I do love that update that they made where now it like auto tracks the next commission. So I don't even have to select it. Oh, we got thunderstorms. Exciting stuff. I got thunder in my game as well, but I don't think you can get struck by lightning in my game, whereas you can in this one. We could add that though. Yeah, we could add that. We could add getting struck by lightning. I don't know that I need to. But I don't know, it's all nice little touches, isn't it? Should we kill this thing? Just for fun. Speaking of which, I feel like I'm about to get struck by lightning. The rain's not doing its job. The rain should be making it more wet quicker. Like, not enough hydro from the rain. Okay, we're over there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think that's what I think it's things like that though that make video games feel good, right? Is it's easy to say, you don't need this, you don't need that, you don't need this, you don't need that. So like the last thing I worked on in my game yesterday was a bird, like birds. So I made bird AI and stuff. So I wanted to be able to put birds in the game, and then when you run up to them, they fly off, and then they do this loop, and they figure out if they're going to land again, and all this other stuff. It took me like a day and a half to do. And it's like, it doesn't really change anything about the game, but it's nice. It's nice to have them in there, and it does seem to make it. It just makes the world feel a little bit more alive. And like, I think you'd be surprised by how much of a difference just something like that makes, just adding one little thing like these birds in. Because obviously if you prefab them, you can instance them out, so then you can have lots of birds, which is the whole point. So by adding birds into this world, you'd be amazed how much that makes the world feel more alive. But yeah, you could easily say, well, we don't, the game doesn't need birds, they don't really do anything. But I think by adding these nice little touches here and there, yeah, I would disagree that they don't do anything, because we already pointed out that they do something. They make the world feel more alive, and I think that's very important, especially in an open world game. If your environments and levels and stuff play an important role in the game's look and feel.
I'm starting to feel a little tired from all our adventuring. Is it because we're always on the road? I've heard that sitting down and reading a book could be a good way to unwind. Since we're not too busy at the moment, why don't we visit the Knights of Favonius' library? Maybe we'll find something simple but fun to read.
Wait, this is so random. Why is Paimon telling me to go to the Knights of Favonius library all of a sudden? That's really random. Mysterious fish, a booming adventure. Oh wait, it's an event? 9 days, which means it's an event. Oh, I didn't even know about this. We got a new event. Dodoko's Bombastic Adventure. Oh, hell yeah. Anything Dodoko is good. It's just like this. It's just a default. Anything that's Dodoko is good. After a period of adventures together, Paimon had a sudden idea to take a break by reading books. Hence, the two of you set out to the Knights of Favonius library, only to unexpectedly come across 2 friends. It's got to be Klee and Dodoko. Oh, hell yeah. What do we get? Oh, hell yeah. We get a Dodoko furnishing. Oh, hell yeah. I'm in. I'm all in. I'm all in. Hell yeah. I didn't even know about that. I think what's new, isn't it? It probably got added yesterday or something. Brand new event. Okay, what are we doing? Bunch of brushes on the ground. Look for dépiers. Dépiers. However you pronounce it. I can't do the French words. I can barely handle English. So like the French The French is not going to go. So we're looking, and it gives us, and this is something I got to add in my game soon. Where is it? Actually, it's not showing on this map, but it shows on the mini map. You know, the little yellow circle, the yellow circles over here. It shows me that I need to be in this area. It's a very small one, this one, but they normally do bigger ones. So they're showing you whereabouts to look, but not exactly where to look. Now it's sending me over here. Okay.
Allow me. Everyone hold hands. Surprise.
Yeah, I would say the weather transitions are a little too quick though. They never used to be like that. At some point the weather transitions almost became like light switches going on and off, and I don't know why, because I feel like they weren't always like that. I feel like early in Genshin it had some good weather transitions, whereas now it's almost like a light switch where, you know, you'll see there it was raining and storming, right, and then like it just got switched off and then it's suddenly sunny. In fact, I think it's like a area thing. I think it's sunny. I don't know, it's just, yeah, the weather system's just being a bit nuts today, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know why these games have weird issues with day and night cycles either. I noticed that both this and Tower of Fantasy, the sun will do weird things where, like, you know, it needs to like readjust or something, and you'll just see the sun suddenly like moving at like light speed, like really fast, and all the shadows will just move really quickly while it like adjusts itself. I can't think why that is, because like my game doesn't have that problem, so I don't know why theirs does. I'm not sure. With Tower of Fantasy, maybe it would be like because they're syncing everybody's time to like a server time or something, so they want everybody's day and night cycle to be aligned. That would make sense. But in Genshin, it's not even like a co-op, like it's not a shared world like that. So I don't know, and it's in Unity, so I don't really know why their day-night cycle does that. I got an achievement. What the hell? What was that for? Listen to DePerry's theories regarding aesthetics. Well, to be fair, I don't really listen to shit. I just kind of skipped it all. It's sunny again now. What the hell is going on with the weather cycle today? Okay, what's our current commission then? Complete the challenge by protecting the ley line monolith. Okay. Let's go get these guys. Ow! Yeah, try not to stand in front of the death ray. That would be probably my advice there. Maybe just don't stand right in front of that. It's probably a good idea. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter when you've got Kirara. Look at how little damage we took. Kirara's shield is nuts. Like, she's still got a shield. Like, we didn't actually take any damage. I stood in front of the death ray, like, just like, oh my god, why can't I move? Oh yeah, maybe it's because I'm stood directly in front of a death ray right now. And like, we didn't take any damage. I don't want to kill those because they're pacifists, right? Like, if it's self-defense, like these guys will attack me, so I'll kill these. But generally, if the creatures don't attack me, it's not self-defense, so I'll leave those crabs be because they're fine. They don't actually cause a threat. But this guy's a prick, so he needs to die. Yeah, this guy's a prick, so he's dead now. Wait, what's... Oh, we need this. We don't need this. We've got like 1 million of them, but I might as well get it. Yeah, they're just crabs. They're fine. I'll leave them be. Mnemonic block. We don't need that. We definitely don't need ore. We will get Karara's box out though, just so we can... Oh hell, we're heading towards the tree now. Oh, that view is so good. That view is so good.
Hold the line. Everyone hold hands.
The hunter.
Service with a smile. Billowing surge. Trip on up. Cue the spotlight. Make yourselves at home. Hey. Right here, please.
The hunter.
Is that all my... Yeah, that's all my commissions. You can tell because the battle pass lights up. And we got a fragile resin. A fragile. Alright, so we got this event then, right? We got this new event to do as well. What's my resin looking like? Oh, actually it's pretty high. And we've got our commission rewards, which we need to go to monster anyway. So let's see. Because I want to see if it's the... I was looking at my weapons yesterday just for stuff to do. And there's one weapon that isn't 5-star weapon that isn't level 90 yet, which is this one. But I can never catch the day that the mats are available. Is it today? No, it's not. Okay, so we can't do that today. So I guess I'm condensing my resin again. Yeah, I think I'm condensing my resin again. Get our commissions. Yes, like this, look, they have like falling leaves. Particle effect. Even though really the trees, like there's a tree here and there's a tree there, so it doesn't really make sense to have falling leaves here, but it looks good. Look at how good that looks. So I need stuff like this in my games, just like extra little things that make it look good. Yeah, I might want to add that at some point.
Ad Astra Abyssal. Thank you for completing. Ad Astra.
I'll reset expeditions as well. Alright, so if we select our... It's this one, isn't it? Our event. So beforehand, okay, so we're working on a cooking system today, so let's have a look at Genshin's one. Now I don't want mine to be like Genshin. So the first thing you're going to get is all the recipes you've unlocked. So you get like a menu of, you know, what is it that you want to make. And then I like this, I like the fact that it queries if you have the ingredients, in which case it shows up at the front and it's active. And then all the recipes that you don't currently have ingredients for are sort of ghosted out after that. So I like that. So I think I want something like that. And you can see that it's because I'm missing certain ingredients for these. And then you go in, I don't know, let's say, is there something I need to learn? Get proficient at. I'm not going to do the proficiency thing that they did, but... Okay, so then you go into the thing that you want to cook. Obviously this is a gacha game, so you get to choose certain characters who sometimes provide bonuses. We won't have that, we don't need it, we've got one character. You got your ingredients there on the left, and then when you go into cook you get this sort of arch, and then there's a sweet spot. You get that and it's a perfect hit. Increases proficiency, which I'm not going to do. Now I don't want this because this is pretty much my wood chopping system. So I don't want two systems that are identical. Oh my god, I actually missed that one. There we go. So I want mine to work slightly differently. I already know how I want it to work, so it's fine. Mine's going to work a little bit more like a rhythm game, where the ingredients are lined up across a horizontal bar, and there's going to be like nodes. So basically there will be sweet spots for each node. So for example, horizontal bar with 8 possible hittable nodes, right? But each recipe will have set nodes for each ingredient, and the ingredients have to be put in a certain order. And then each button on a controller will correspond to those ingredients. So for example, I don't know, let's say it's egg, flour and milk, right? Square might be egg, triangle might be flour, circle might be milk. And you go into cooking, you'll see the egg, flour and milk in that order across certain nodes, and you have to hit those buttons on the sweet spot like a rhythm game, and hit all 3 in the sweet spot to be successful and to actually cook. And I might make it so that if you fail, you just lose the ingredients, because that makes sense. But I want the system to be completely dynamic, so that basically all you need to do is set up. All I need to do is like set up which order of ingredients and which nodes they belong to for each cookable item, and then the dynamic system just like handles the rest of it. Yeah, I knew it'd be clay.
Okay, got it. But fish taste best when they're freshly blasted. Grill them over a fire and they'll turn extra crispy and smell so good.
Don't worry, Jean has informed me about all that a while ago. So, I went ahead and placed some orders at Good Hunter. Over the next few days, their chefs will be preparing the best fish fresh from the lake and cooking them right away. Freshly cooked fish served with Klee's favorite spices and my specially prepared desserts. I'm sure it'll be just as delicious as your catches.
Okay, then I'll trust your taste, Lisa. I promise I'll stay in the city and play Donagon's bombastic adventure. I won't go fish blasting or make any trouble for Albedo's friend. Anyway, I'm gonna go look for Miss Honorary Knight and Paimon now. Is someone looking for us?
It's pretty rare to see you two together. Sounds like you just made an important agreement.
Miss Honorary Knight and Paimon! Klee was just thinking about you and then you appeared! How'd you do that? Oh, did you somehow magically hear Klee's thoughts?
Oh,
Yes.
little cutie and Paimon, you're here just in
Oh,
time.
shut up.
Looks like I won't have to go to the trouble of writing you a letter now.
Klee's wishes summoned us here. We were brought here by the magic of pure coincidence.
We had some time on our hands and wanted to look for something to read in the library. Anyway, what's Donako's Fantastic Adventure? It sounds way more fun than reading a book. It's a new game Lisa made for me. We came up with the name together. You're amazing, Paimon. You remembered the name so quickly. Whoa, you can design games, Lisa? Paimon thought that you were just into books.
I merely drew some inspiration from Shroom.
It's a little too close to home for me.
From back when I was a student. It didn't really take too much effort. As long as we keep Klee happy during these unique circumstances, I'm willing to design as many games as she likes.
I'm wearing Klee's clothes today.
Oh, now that Paimon thinks about it, Klee mentioned Albedo's friend, right? Did something happen in Mondstadt?
It's not too serious, but the situation still has to be treated with caution. Recently, fish species native to Sumeru have begun appearing in Cider Lake. Allowing them to spread would put the ecological balance of Mondstadt's waters at risk. Luckily, Klee noticed some fish she'd never seen before while she snuck out to play. She caught a few and showed them to Kaya. If it weren't for Klee, I'm afraid most of the local species would have already receded by the time ordinary citizens fully grasp the situation. And if a change occurs in the underwater ecosystem, it could very well affect the quality of water in Cider Lake. Consequently, the entire wine industry of Mondstadt could be in danger.
Oh no!
It poses a major threat to our economy.
I saved the day! I even got praised by Master Chi! So that's what happened. Oh, good thing Klee noticed the fish before things got out of control.
The investigation team sent out a few members to inspect Cider Lake and look for the origin of the intruding species. To avoid disturbing these little invaders, Klee has to keep her treasured bombs away for some time. The investigation team's instruments are extremely sensitive, so any explosion within a certain distance of the lake would affect their data. Jean said that Klee would definitely get bored being cooped up inside the city all the time. Albedo's busy making improvements to the reconnaissance company's experimental equipment, while Kaya just left for a business trip. So the task of looking after her fell on my shoulders.
But I'm not bored anymore because Lisa invented Donagon's Fantastic Adventure. Miss Honorary Knight and Paimon, let's play together.
Alright, let's do this.
Alright, the game table is right over there in the garden. The orders I've placed at Good Hunter will also be delivered there. Please enjoy yourselves. It's not every day you get to play games with Klee, surrounded by the scent of flowers on the breeze, with delicious food delivered right to you.
Wait, Lisa, are you not coming with us?
Don't you think it'd be a little unfair if the game's creator joined in? I don't want to spoil the fun. Besides, as the librarian, I still have my basic responsibilities to take care of.
That just sounds like another excuse for staying indoors!
Run along now. Have fun playing with Klee.
Okay then, we'll catch you later, Lisa!
If we must. Okay. Do we want to change to Klee for this? We could swap Nahida for Klee. We'll swap one Chibi for another. Where is my Klee?
Klee can help. Here, Miss Honorary Knight. This is where we'll play Dodoko's Fantastic Adventure. Whoa, Lisa picked it right on the spot. Paimon loves it here already. All right, teach us how to play, Klee. Yeah, let's play.
Dodoko's little trick. Watch the positions of the spiky fish and choose the right special Jumpty Dumpty. After a special Jumpty Dumpty is thrown, find the right time to let it explode, which will make the most of the special Jumpty Dumpty and blow up the most spiky fish. Defeat Spiky Fish Warrior using special Jumpty Dumpty to obtain 1 point. Defeat the Spiky Fish King to obtain 2 points. So blow up all the fish basically. Why is it taking this long to get a fish blasting game in Genshin? I don't get it. Special Jumpty Dumpties of different colours have different explosion AoEs. Keep their unique traits in mind and throw them well for a higher score. After a special Jumpty Dumpty is thrown, if it comes into contact with spiky fish or objects along its path, it will automatically explode. After throwing a special Jumpty Dumpty, you can press the throw button again to cause it to explode immediately. You can use this method to make the most of Jumpty Dumpty's explosive shouldn't it be radius? Why Fontaine music? That seems weird. Right. Can you go over that or not? Or will that just block me? There's only one way to find out. No, it blocks me. Okay. Wait! Oh, that's because I wasted a bomb, isn't it? Okay, I've got to get them all. Let's try that again. I want to get maximum points. Yeah, Fontaine music doesn't really make sense for this game. Maximum points. That's probably all we can do for now, right? Unlocks in 17 hours. Challenge rewards. Okay, we got Primos.
I'll get grounded for a whole day, but it's way worth it because the fish tastes so good. I love playing Dodoko's Fantastic Adventure with you, Miss Honorary Knight and Paimon. Let's meet back here in the morning.
Wasn't really worth getting Klee out for.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
So we've got nearly 8,000 Primo Gems and 20 pulls ready to go. And I'm about 20 pulls away from my next 50-50 anyway. I hope I win it. I don't actually know if Fossil is going to be the next banner or not. I know she's next patch, but I don't know if she'll be the first banner in that patch. Alright, so that'll probably do for today. So, so we'll get some cooking mechanics drawn up, I think. Right. Yeah, you.
Same old.
Yeah.
If you want, I'll invite them. Bring them down, I'll do them.
Yeah, I just gotta sort through them.
Which one do you want to wear?
Right, so what we have at the moment is actually I don't think it's under tools, is it? Yeah, actually it might be global management. We've got night lighting, data manager. Data manager is load and save. It's been a while since I've worked on some of these systems.
Go on over there and get
Mission
your pizza.
tracking. Yeah, alright.
For your tea.
Thanks. Tutorial notifications. Town pieces, co-creator. Resource renamer, runtime spawner, grid spawner. Item management. Here we go, it's in item management obtainables. Okay, so this is how I've set my system up at the moment. So we have obtainables, which is any... Hello, Alexandria! Helicopter looking like a cutie patootie is that? Yeah, so's your remote actually. Your remote's looking pretty good. So the way I've set up item management at the moment is we have item types. So we have item types of wood, which is like when you're gonna chop your trees down, you use it for like fires, crafting, stuff like that. Ingredients, which is the one we're going to be working with for our cooking system. So this just lets us know that it's like item type number 0. Actually, you know what? These don't have numbers yet, so I'm not quite sure how these work. They might work off the number that they actually get inherited from there from. How are you, by the way? Yeah, our cooking, here's our cooking things that we're going to be using. So these are the ingredients: sugar cube, glass of water, cookie dough wheat. And then these are cooking items. So we've got Girl Scout cookies, because obviously it's a game about Girl Scouts. And we can sell cookies to raise money for the camp, basically. So at the moment, that's pretty much all I've got. I think you have to make chocolate, though. Trying to think how I made a distinction between items that you cook and items that you don't. I don't know if I've made that distinction yet. So we have our item description. We have like an item icon, category name. buy price, sell price for trading, merit badges that it would relate to. So you might get like a merit badge for like, you know, cook 100 Girl Scout cookies, and that unlocks an achievement, which is your merit badges. So we'll track that in here. I don't actually see anything in here that shows that it's a cookable item. So it would be a food item, right? Item number. Yeah, we didn't end up needing to use item number, actually. That's kind of a redundant field. Because it's object oriented, right? We don't really need like a primary key like you do in a database. But what we should have in here, which I'm noticing we don't have, is the item type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the code for this. Because the first thing we need to do is be able to separate all our items out. So we need to work with two different types of items for our cooking system, right? We need the ingredients items and we need the food items, and obviously the ingredient items become the food items through cooking. So we need a way to make sure that these are distinguishable. It does say here though, list of item types. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, I've done it here. So you can see here, now you might think, why is that a list? And it's because in some cases an item can belong to two different types, right? So chocolate, for example, is an item that you have to cook, but it's also used as an ingredient in the chocolate chip cookie, right? So you would first make the chocolate if you don't have some already. So if you think about Genshin there, right, there's some things like butter that you can make with the ingredients, but then butter's also used as an ingredient in other recipes. So that's why I expanded the system so that you can have an item, and I think if we check chocolate you'll see that, yeah. So we've added both ingredient type to chocolate and also food item type to chocolate. I'm playing Put afterwards. I'll come talk smack to you. Put. That's the golf thing, isn't it? I think we call that mini golf. I love that. It's great. Crazy golf or mini golf. Really fun. Oh my god, I should put... You just gave me the best idea ever. That is something I should add to my game, right? Because we're on an island. That would make a really cool mini game, actually. Like a little mini golf or something. You just gave me a great idea. That's amazing. Okay, I need to remember that. That would be good. I'd like to do a little golf thing. Or it could even be linked to like a puzzle, right? So let's say you need like a key to get into a door or something. A puzzle could be like a mini golf puzzle, and then it unlocks the, you know, what's holding the key to then let you into the door. Oh man, I like that. You just gave me a great idea. Because this world is like perfect for it, I think. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we might take that on at some point. Right. Okay. So these are the types that we need to work with. So the first thing we need to do is our first layer of the UI should bring up all the recipes. Now in Genshin, I'm trying to think. In Genshin, you learn the recipes. I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to give access to all cookable items, and then if you've got the ingredients, great. If you don't, then you can't do it. Okay, so the first thing we need is to start with our little cooking menu. So where is my canvas? Well, actually, first of all, we need to get a cooking pot in the game, something to interact with to bring it up. So that's probably the first place we should start, actually. So if we check Sketchfab for cooking pot, downloadable. Oh, this is good. I like this. This one's probably a purchase one though. Yeah, it's like $5. We're making this game on the cheap, so I have to go for a free edition. These are both good, actually. It would be nice to go for a more stylized one though, because it would fit in with the game's look and feel a little bit better. We could even just put one of these on a log. That could look pretty good. Like one of these on a log. Yeah, I think that could work. Just check everything else, make sure there's nothing better. Although, would it make sense if it was on a log? Because you need to have a fire, right? One with a tongue hanging out is terrifying, and I would never want to eat anything that came out of that. So let's not go with that one. Okay, we've got a few different options. This one's quite cool. It's like magic themed, but it is quite cool. Actually, I'll just make sure that I didn't already add something like that, because no, I didn't. Sometimes I bring assets in for later and I forget about them. Yeah, so we've got a few different options. So, okay, I think my favourite option is that really colourful, toony looking one, and then maybe we need to just make sure it goes above a fire or something. There it is. But then again, you need something like this, right? Where it's like, if it's something to hang it on. So if we use this one, we need to build something to hang it on, onto like a frame. Or we could try and get something like this that has a frame included with it. Because this one has a frame included with it. I also like this one. This one might be the better one, actually. Let me check this one. Yeah, I like this one. Okay, let's go with that. So we're going to download the GLTF. We'll go and extract that. Okay, there it is. Go into our project. And we need to bring that in. So cooking pots should be fine. Import. Okay, so what I next like to do is I made a little thing here called resource renamer, because what you'll find with a lot of these like online things is they'll share the same like default material names and stuff, so then the more stuff you bring in, the more stuff gets overwritten. So we need to keep an eye on that. So I wrote a script that basically renames all of the materials and meshes and textures to the object name that we used on the import. So in this case we called it cooking pot. So it should go and find all of the materials and various other things related to cooking pot and then just give it a cooking pot pretext name. So let's just run the project with that enabled, and this will do this automatically for me. And then that just stops materials and various things being overwritten as you bring more stuff into the game. There you go, cooking pot. So you can see it went and found the cooking pot stuff and it renamed them. However, the way it's programmed at the moment, it does everything in the import folder. So really what I should be doing is every time it's done that successfully, we should be moving it out of there and putting it... I gotta try and find the camp now. Where is the camp? It's near the medic tent. We'll go to the medic tent. Okay, there's the medic tent. So here's our camp. Yeah, I accidentally did some things here which I need to fix. So here I accidentally did some set height. Left click to set height, hold shift to sample height. Okay, so we want to sample that height here. So this should be flat. I accidentally must have clicked or something and made this big bump, which I actually don't want. So I just flatten that out. There we go. Yeah, we've got our campfire here. Now, thinking about the way this should work actually has made me just realize something. So one of the early missions in the game is going to be to get this fire lit. So we need wood for the fire, so it's your job to go and get the wood, and we teach the player how to gather wood, and then they know that they can start a fire. So I think it makes sense to put the cooking pot over this fire so that when you've completed that task, that's like part one of cooking, right? Then we teach the player how to cook, and then that way they've done both parts of that like puzzle, if you like, so that they know then how to go and do their own cooking. Yeah, and what I might do is I think is make it so that whenever it rains next, the fire goes out, right? So we'll make it linked to the weather system. So then next time it rains, the fire will go out, and then it's up to you to light the fire. But maybe you can't do it in the rain, and if you try and light a fire in the rain, it'll come up. You know, she'll say something like, "Oh, I need to wait until it stops raining before I can light a fire," or something like that. I think that's a good idea. Good idea. Okay, so first things first is I want to get my imported cooking pot, which is here. Bring it in. Where is that? I don't see it. Also, there shouldn't be a... Why is there a flower there? Paint details. Shift to erase details. There we go. Just get rid of that flower. Okay. I don't know where my cooking pot went, which is weird. Yeah, okay. Was there a problem with the import or something? Let's try and bring it into a different view. Right, I don't know what's happening here. Oh, there we go. It's because it's enormous. It's like bigger than God. Okay, so we just need to scale it down basically. Okay, bring it down here. Okay, that seems to be at about ground level. Textures don't look right though for some reason, especially this one. Cooking pot material. Yeah, I think it's it doesn't have a texture associated with it. Now we can change it. There you go, that looks better straight away. There we go. And it's a little low down, right? The fire's a little too high for it at the moment. We need to be careful about scale as well, because I feel like that's going to be huge when Sadie goes up to it. And it might look like it's impossible to interact with just because it's so big. It does need to be a little bit bigger just so that it sits above the fire. Yeah, the scaling thing might be an issue actually. Yeah, the more I see this cooking pot with this fire, the more I'm thinking it's probably not going to work. We're probably going to need a different model. Because it's very hard to get. Okay, I guess what we could do, let's see if we can separate this. If we can raise just the cooking pot and keep the frame where it is, I think it could be okay. We can make it a little bit bigger maybe. Okay, I don't want to go too big. Okay. We do have cooking pots as part of cooking pot. Yeah, the pot goes up. The pot is separate. That's good. There's something called gems. What the hell is gems? They're on the pot itself. So rope would go up. Cooking pot. So I think everything from here needs to go up. Yeah, there we go. That works. That works. We can scale it down a little bit now, so it looks a bit better. Okay, I think that works. I just want to physically go to it and make sure it looks okay. Also, the wood, I think, is currently white. So if we look at the material, sticks, yeah, this needs to be brown. It's not working, is it? Okay, we turn smoothness down. Maybe metallic up because it like makes it more toony. There we go. Okay, so let's go to it and see how it looks. See if it looks like it's going to work for our purposes. Oh, that's messed up our occlusion culling. We're going to need to rebake it. Yeah, our occlusion culling just got really messed up for some reason. Okay, we need to rebake it. I don't know why that's thrown everything off. It's fine, we can just rebake it. Yeah, I mean it's enormous though, isn't it? Yeah, maybe we scale. I think we need to scale the whole thing down along with the fire as well, to be honest. Yeah, it's way too big. But the more I think about it, so I do like the idea of having a big campfire that the girls all sit around. Because it, you know, it's just iconic, right? But then if we need fire for cooking, maybe we have a smaller fire for cooking on. Because that looks too ridiculous to have it around the main fire in the middle. So I think, yeah, I think what we need to do is if we grab that fire, we need to edit this fire actually. So the first thing I need to do with the fire, okay, let me just get this cooking pot out of the way. Just move it out of the way. There is something I've wanted to fix for a while actually. Just move that out of the way for now. So you'll notice that one of the problems with the fire, and I had this working on a previous fire, so I don't know why it's not working on this one, but this is what I want to fix. So one of the problems with the fire is it doesn't follow the camera, so you'll see it's like a flat plane. I need to do occlusion culling again. So it looks great when it's facing the camera, but as you walk around the side of it, it becomes a flat plane and it practically disappears. So there is a script on there that's supposed to rotate it to face the camera, but for some reason it's broken and it stopped working. So let's try and fix that now. I also need to rebake my occlusion for whatever. Let's just actually clear it and start again. Fireplace. Oh no, the fireplace in the hut, I see. That's not it. Probably this one, bonfire. Yes, it is bonfire. Okay, so bonfire. Here we go. Let's see. That's part of that, I think. I don't know whether I edited one of the previous scripts or if I made a unique script for it. Let me just check. Camera lock, camera navigation, camera cells. I'm just going to make a basic face camera script. I'm surprised I don't have one already actually. And then we'll just stick this on it. I think that's actually all we need. Capital T? Capital T. Is it the main camera that we use? I can't even remember. I think it is, because we've got like our new aim targets and stuff like that on. So main camera. Okay, so what we need is a vector 3. We'll do two vector 3s, old rotation and new rotation. So the first thing we do is set the vector 3's old rotation to this game object, transform rotation, Euler, local Euler. I think Euler should be fine. Okay. And then we need a direction. Wants to equal. Although I think its direction. It wants to equal this. Game object. Transform position minus cam transform position, and a new rotation wants to equal new vector 3 old rotation x. Hang on. So x is that one. Yeah, so old rotation x is y. Okay, the y is the one we want to change. So y is I can't remember how you do it. Look towards. Ah, bollocks. We used it in Bird actually. I just can't remember the syntax. Target rotation, Euler angles. Quaternion dot look rotation target direction. Okay, so we want look rotation. Wait, what was it? Was look rotation a variable? No, quaternion dot look rotation. Okay, so what we should have done then is instead of direction, I think instead what we do is we say quaternion look rotation. And then is that in parentheses? Yes. Parentheses of the transform, which is main camera transform. Cannot convert vector 3 to transform, so I guess that wants to be a position. Transform dot position? That's already a transform. What the fuck? So how do I convert position to vector 3? I thought position was a vector 3. It's a quaternion. Wait a minute, so what the fuck? So target direction is a quaternion. Okay, where is target direction? Ah, that was... Ah, bollocks. Okay, I was on the right track then. So this would be the thing that we use. So I was on the right. So direction is what we want to use. Look towards direction. That's how we do it. I still won't do it. Why won't it do it? Wait. Vector 3, target direction is position minus position as a vector 3. Yeah, position minus position. Quaternion look towards vector 3's direction. Which is what we do here, right? Look towards... Where is it? Can't find it now. I literally have to search for it. Yeah, look. Target rotation, quaternion. Target rotation equals... Let me just copy that and put it in my new script so I can see it. Oh, because we're saying... Right, it's because we're saying vector 3. Okay, we want... It's a quaternion type. That's where I was going wrong. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's a quaternion new rotation. Look towards... Blah, blah. So now we have our rotation value for old rotation and new rotation. And the reason we need that is because when we apply the rotation now, we only want the y-axis. So we will say this dot transform dot local rotation, or is it local Euler angles? I think it's I don't know. Let's try local Euler angles first. And then it would be old rotation X, new rotation Y, old rotation Z. Cannot implicitly convert quaternion to vector 3. So that needs a vector 3. Okay, let's try that. I don't know whether this will work or not. I don't know if this will work. I guess we're about to find out. Rotations are a pain in the ass. It's not working. No, it's not working. It's not even trying to do it though. Oh, that's weird. Was that position? That was position, right? Yeah, no, it is trying to do it. See, that is moving. You'll see as we move, the rotation moves, but it's obviously not the right calculation. What? This is where ChatGPT can help me, because I always struggle with rotations. Hopefully ChatGPT will know how to fix this. Should I maybe not rely on ChatGPT and learn how to do this? Probably, but I've learned it so many times and I always forget it, and it's just like we need this to work. All right, so please can you help me rotate the y-axis towards the camera? My script isn't working properly in Unity. It looks like you want to rotate the object's y-axis. Well, I didn't actually tell you that. In Unity, your script seemed mostly correct, but there's a small issue with how you're updating the object's rotation. Oh, well, that makes me feel good. Thank you, ChatGPT. Yeah, I like that. It's mostly correct, but it's just wrong. I like that. Thank you for stroking my ego. But there's a small issue with how you're updating the object's rotation. You should modify the y-axis rotation only and keep the x and z rotations the same as the original. I did do that, but it has changed my code, and it's making some big assumptions about how my code is structured, and it's wrong about it. So we only want that slice there. Actually, we already have the transform information as well. Oh no. Wait, what? That didn't go in because the one that ChatGPT gave me has the word of in it. It's also deleted a line out of mine. It's took it from 4 lines to 3 lines. It's not working, is it? Oh, you big show off. Oh no, it's not working. Haha, I feel even better now. ChatGPT got it wrong as well. Okay, look, I did manage to get this working. Okay. It took me a while last time because rotations are all screwed because of the way the camera's set up, I think. It's on like a weird pivot point. That might be why, actually. Okay, I need to find my other fires because I know the solution is on there and it works on there. Fire material, volumetry fire, box collider. I put it on these torches ages ago. Oh my god, months ago. And managed to get it to work. But it was a bit of a struggle. So rather than go through the whole thing again, I know that the script is here somewhere. Maybe I edited one of these existing scripts to do it. Not that one. Yeah, we got track object on volumetric fire, and it's pointing to the main camera, interestingly enough. So I must have added it because it says there angle adjust as well, so I can see this is where I would have been debugging it. So I already added it to the volumetric fire script, so that's interesting. So why isn't it working on our bonfire then? So it looks like the way it should be set up. Is there should be a volumetric fire script. Yeah, there it is. And it should be, yeah, it should be pointing to the main camera, which it is. Oh, unless that's, okay, maybe that's interfering with... Now, obviously, if I turn that script off, we lose the fire effect. But I'm curious to see if that's interfering with ChatGPT script. So let me just turn that off a second and then run it and see if ChatGPT script does work. Maybe my script worked. Maybe the two are conflicting with each other. I don't know. So let's test one script at a time. So we'll turn off the volumetric fire script and see if ChatGPT's latest code actually did what it's supposed to do. I don't think it does. Yeah, you can see it's not facing the camera now already. If we swoop in around this way, yeah, it's a flat plane. You can't, it's not working. It's weird because I got it working on those frickin' torches. But the original script's also not working, so I'm very confused right now. Ah! I don't understand. It was working. It was working. Did the torches break as well then? The problem is at the moment the way those things are set up, I don't know that I can get in there to test it. Maybe if I put the teleport cube in there, yeah, I suppose that's what I'm going to need to do, right? Okay, let me find my teleport cube. I'm curious if it's working on the original scripts, because I know this was working. It took me a while to get it working. So now I'm confused, because if it was working before, why is it not working anymore? So there's my teleport cube. Okay. I need to find those torches. Oh my god. Okay, here's one of the torches in the tunnel. Which is currently face planted into a rock because we haven't had a chance to fix all this yet. So if I use the world coordinates of this world transform, go to my teleport cube. Where's my teleport cube? There it is. And paste world transform. That didn't work. What the fuck? For fuck's sake. Are you fucking serious right now? Copy. World transform. Teleport cube. Paste. World transform. Thank you. Why didn't you work last time, you piece of shit? Okay, so there's my teleport cube. So we can teleport in here now. I want to see if these torches still work. Because I don't understand, why are they working on the torches but not on the campfire? It's been like this ever since I made the campfire, and I never really figured out why, and I guess I'm still struggling. I feel like now is the time to fix it if I'm going to put cooking in, because we need the fire for the cooking in. It's, to be fair, it's something I should have fixed a while ago. Yeah, wait, what the fuck? That is not where the... Oh, no! Okay, I think my teleport cube is being moved by the objective navigation waypoint system. I think. Okay, but yeah, no, because it's gonna move, isn't it? Oh, for fuck's sake! All I want to do is go in there and see if that still works. It's still teleporting me to the camp, though. Oh, I can't even remember what it's called. It's been so long since I worked on some of these tools. This is going to be like searching for a fucking needle in a haystack. I know it is. Right. It's not working. I don't know how much it's going to help me to know whether it's the torches are still working or not. Anyway, we just need to fix the problem, right? Okay, so let's... We already have a fix in place on volumetric fire, which has a public object that it's meant to be tracking. So I think the face camera script needs to be deleted, because otherwise we have two systems, then we're like Microsoft Windows, right? We have two fucking things trying to do the same thing, which is bad. That's very bad. Never do that, because things are already difficult to manage as it is, and obviously you can have things that conflict. So we want one. Admittedly, though, it would be better to have a face camera script, because I imagine I'm going to need to do it on other things, but let's not worry about that yet. If we've got a system for facing the camera in the fire system, let's edit that system and get it fixed. The face camera thing... yeah, it's not something I can deal with right now. Select bonfire. Okay, we've got our bonfire. We added to the fire face camera. Remove that. And the face camera script isn't even fucking working anywhere. So let's just find it and delete it for now. Because like I said, it's not even working, and I don't want to have a load of redundant scripts in my project. Okay, so let's go into the volumetric fire script. Well, we're already there, right? It's here, and on here, a public tracking object, and we have code. Somewhere in here. Okay, I'm done. That was a very glitchy and buggy game of putt-putt. Oh, really? Putt-putt. So is that a... Definitely sounds like a golf game. Let's see. Putt-putt. So there's a video game of a putt-putt video game. Is it actually called putt-putt? I like golf games. Ah, so was it one of these? A series of children's adventure and puzzle computer games. Humongous entertainment. I've heard of this. Oh yeah, Ron Gilbert. Oh man, he made like the Monkey Island games and stuff. Yeah. Oh, I bet that's good. Ron Gilbert is a really good game maker. Now it's a 90s edutainment game. Yeah, Ron Gilbert though, he's the guy who did Monkey Island and stuff. So yeah, I do. So these will be good, I bet, because well, he's very good. He's very good at making video games. I never obviously played any of those ones though. Right, so here we go. So we got current angles equals this game object transform Euler angles. This game equals correct angle. Right, so we've got code in here that's supposed to fix the problem, right? But it appears to not be working. But I have a feeling that the reason it's not working is because we're tracking the wrong... We're tracking the wrong object. But it's public, I think, so we'll be able to change it in code. Let's see if I'm right. Okay, so there's our bonfire. There should be a... What was the name of the script? Volumetric fire script on here somewhere. Yeah, which is currently disabled. And at the moment it's trying to track main camera. But I feel like that's where it's going wrong, right? Let's try tracking main cam target. No, that also doesn't work. Why do I feel like... What about play follow camera? I feel like this script isn't even running though, because if you look, it never moves. Yeah, also, isn't this rotating? It is, something is locking it though. I bet it's that script. Right, so that script was locking it to that thing. But if you look, right, we're moving the child component, so it shouldn't ever move even if it is moving, if that makes sense. Because I don't know why I did that. Yeah, that was never going to work because we need to be rotating the parent. So I think that's the first reason why it's not working. Shut up! Transform. Parent. There we go. Let's try it now. Yeah, thinking about it, like this was like 6 months ago or something, right? And thinking about like how much better I am in Unity now as a coder just since then, like in the last 6 months, is actually kind of nuts. Don't get me wrong, I still got a long way to go, but like I didn't know how to do stuff like that before. Like I didn't understand the. Clearly, I didn't think that it would be a problem trying to rotate the child when the child doesn't even rotate. It's the parent we need to rotate. And then you can just address the parent, like transform parent. I don't understand. Because what I don't understand is how we got this working. So it is, you can see again, right, it is rotating on the axis. We're getting the same result we're getting with the face camera script on GPT. I wonder if I tracked the player in the end. It's not a problem with cameras then. Camera system. What the hell is the problem with this thing? Angle adjust. That ain't doing anything, but maybe it's because that's trying to apply it to the child like it was before. Okay. It's so weird because I had this fixed. I know I had this fixed 5 or 6 months ago whenever I first did it. Eventually I got it all to work, but I wonder if maybe what happened is I found the right combination of things to have set, but I didn't save it to the prefab, so now the prefab has everything. But if that was the case, right, then some of these torches should be set right. So whatever the magic combination is, yeah, because admittedly all these torches aren't prefabs, so it looks like they've been manually edited. But we have main camera set on them with angle adjustment 0. Yeah, on all of them. And I know they were working. This makes no sense. Now it could be one of those weird things, right? Because that was a long straight tunnel. It might be that it was never actually working, and it just so happened to be at an angle in the game world where it sort of looked like it was working. And now that we've taken this fire into a completely different angle, we're actually seeing that it doesn't work at all. That can happen. So it might be that those torches never worked, but they just so happened to be in a good position where it looked like it was working. Like it kind of works from that one angle only. Because it's clearly not working. Okay, back to the drawing board. Yeah, it's quite possible they were never working. And again, right, we said this object, maybe if that was transform.parent. What about now? Oh, man, this is so annoying because this is typical game dev though. Like, oh hey, I want to work on a cooking system. Like 6 hours later, I finally get the fire to rotate towards the camera. It's like, you know, I haven't even started the cooking system because I cannot get this fucking fire to work. Okay, yeah, it's still not working. I'm taking that out because it shouldn't... We shouldn't need to rely on it. We need to get this working so it doesn't rely on it. So, okay, this is our code. Now it's not working, so I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm gonna make a backup of it anyway, because I feel like I said, maybe it just looked like it was working from that angle, so I don't even think I need to. But I'm gonna save the old one anyway. Let's try ChatGPT's code on this update, right? And see what happens. Because then we can talk to ChatGPT and say, yeah, look, it's just not working. Let's try some other things. But this is a problem that keeps coming up with this, right? Right, cam transform. So for cam transform, we can do a simple private game object. Cam transform. In start, we can say cam transform equals game object dot find main camera. But while we're getting this to work, to be honest, dot game object dot transform. We'll try this first because it might just magically work. Yeah, also we set that up as a game object. It should have been a transform, right? Okay, try that. Just in case it just so happens to magically work the first time. I don't think it will. But just in case. And then if not, then we'll public that out so that we can try different things. Because I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like there's something really weird with the way this camera system works, right? The setup, where it's on like a pivot system. So it gives like incorrect, like if you track the camera directly, the camera doesn't actually really move because it rotates around a pivot. So the values you need to be reading are its pivot basically. There's something weird like that, right? So that's why I want to make it public, because I feel like tracking the camera isn't the way to go. Yeah, as expected, it doesn't work. Like you can see it is rotating as we move around, but it's not. It's barely moving. It's barely moving. So in that case, I'm going to convert that to a public object. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of all our redundant code from this because it's a fucking mess. Let's tidy this up. Follows play camera route. Let me try that. It might be that one. Play camera route. This is sounding kind of familiar to me. Maybe it's play camera route we need to be. Where's my bonfire? There it is. Yeah, and this was supposed to be doing something as well. If billboard, else this. We've got all these rotation things in here as well. New rotation, camera, transform rotation. We got too many things in here that are. Although that's not happening in update anyway, so I think that just initially places the thing. Man, I hate how long this takes. Like 2 hours in, I mean, I know we were playing Genshin, but it's just like, oh man, I do not, it doesn't need, like, I really don't need it to take like 2 or 3 hours just to get a fucking object to rotate towards the camera, but it's always like this in this game. And again, I feel like I deeply, deeply regret using Cinemachine cameras in this project. Because I've had every single time I want to rotate something to the camera, it's always this like impossible feat. Okay, we didn't actually have a camera transform. Let me try play camera route. And like, there's just so many other things I need to be doing, right? If like half your day is taken up trying to get an object to rotate towards the camera, then what? Yeah, give us a sec. I'm in the middle of something. Oh, it might be working. Play camera route might be the answer. I think it's working. No, it's not fucking working. Piece of shit. Okay, I need to go see what they want. Whoa. Right, directions aren't calculated using rotations. Directions are calculated by 2 position points. So it doesn't really make sense that even if the camera's on some kind of pivot, which it is, that it would affect this rotation script. Is it actually, it's rotating, right? Yeah, it's rotating, it's just not rotating correctly. So at least we know the script's working. Jesus Christ. Rotate towards the player. It just won't do it. Why is this thing such a pain in the ass? Rotate towards Sadie. No, I don't know. Like, maybe the calculation's wrong. I just don't know. No matter what I put in there. Camera. Play follow camera. No, it's not doing it at all on any of them. Yeah, but if you look at the Y rotation on that, it's minus 149 going all the way. Like, that should be... Wait, there's something is not right with this. Like, that mathematically in the inspector, that looks perfect. Like, it should be working. But then we're not seeing any actual translation in the thing. Yeah, because as we translate that, it doesn't actually move. I can't even find the goddamn thing that's gonna make this thing move. Now I'm just getting a million errors. Right, so the first thing I'm going to need to do... Right, let's just get this out. Let's get this code out. Look, I think the code's working. My issue, it seems, is because it's this weird 2D plane effect thing. I can't find a game object that's actually rotating it. So the first thing I need to do is find out where the hell I'm applying this maths to in the first place. I thought the main thing did rotate, but now that I just tested it, it actually doesn't. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is find out what actually rotates that flame. So no wonder it wasn't working. It's so weird. I solved all this stuff 6 months ago and it's just like, ah. I thought this was working, but again, maybe it wasn't solved. Maybe it just so happened to be at a good angle that looked like it was working. I think that's probably the only explanation I can think of. But this is a huge pain in the ass. Right, so we see the flame is flat. It should be rotating towards the camera. The parent of the flame, that's the flame. The parent of the flame, which would normally be the thing that you would rotate. We rotate that, and nothing changes. It doesn't actually change the rotation of it. This is the problem that we're facing. Which I don't understand. It's because it's a visual effect, I think. It's like, maybe it's the particle system. So what if we rotate the particle system? Nope, that doesn't do anything either. So what the hell is going to rotate it? Fire? See, it doesn't even move when you try and move it. It's like wherever it's spawned in. I don't... Oh my god, I don't understand this. I feel like I've gone back over, because I know I was definitely getting it to rotate before 6 months ago, and now I can't even get it to do that. So like, it's extremely depressing feeling like I'm going backwards. What? Nothing is rotating this thing. I am on the right fire. Yeah, I'm definitely on the right fire, because like we turned it off and on. You can see it going off and on. I'm on the right object. Nothing wants to make this thing turn. Jesus Christ. This is such a nightmare. That's position. It doesn't even move. Oh my god, this is so insane. The object called fire is the thing that does the fire effect. This is the thing that should be rotating. But if we rotate it, it doesn't move. It's like it doesn't... It's like it just doesn't listen to Unity's transform system at all. Probably because it's like a shader graph or something. Right, I don't understand enough about how this shader graph thing works to even know what the hell is even happening anymore. I'm going to see if ChatGPT can give me any information on this. Maybe it knows what's happening. Because there's some code here, right, when it's like created, that calculates the rotation, but of course we can't update that on a frame by frame basis. But that gives me some kind of hint to suggest that it's not using Unity's normal transform system, obviously. So then maybe ChatGPT can be like, oh yeah, well in these cases you need to do X, Y, or Z or whatever. I don't know. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. Let's see what it says. It appears you want to make your volumetric fire effect face the camera by rotating it accordingly. Your existing script contains some relevant code, but there are a few things you can adjust to achieve the desired effect. Here's the modified code. I wonder if this has something to do with it. Execute always, because that wasn't in the original script. Oh no, it is in the original script. Okay. So in updates, but it's no, I already told you. I don't see how this is going to change anything. What the hell? All we're doing is doing transform rotations. I already explained to you that changing the rotation on the object doesn't do jack shit. So how is this supposed to fix it? Where am I even pasting this code right now? And I'll try it, but I can't see how that's going to change a goddamn thing, because nothing's different about it. Unassigned variable camera transform. What are you talking about? It's a public fucking variable. I'm starting to get really starting to get pissed off with this thing. Imagine I've got like 1,000,000 torches now that are probably all broken, and it's like trying to run it on all of them. So that's a problem. Because the public assigning of it. Yeah, it's even throwing errors in my fucking editor now. Great job, ChatGPT. Thanks for fucking my life up. Oh my god. What do I do now? My editor's flooded with error messages because it's trying to find a camera transform on like 62 of these fucking things. I need to get it working on one first. Volumetric fire. Right, okay. These all have volumetric fires on them. Yeah, look at how many I've got. I do not understand why I'm facing this problem. When I already fixed this goddamn problem so long ago. Turn that off. Shut up. Okay. Check my bonfire. I only want it running on the bonfire for now. Till we figure this out. See, this is one of the dangers of like you start putting things in your game and then some issue shows up and you've got like 50 of these things. It's like now you've got 50 problems instead of one. Where even is my bonfire? But again, right, I thought this was fixed. Right, there's the volumetric fire script for this fire. I can't see how this is gonna fucking get it to work. I can't even get the goddamn thing to rotate anymore, and I swear I was doing that before. Ah shit, Res Rename is still running. It's fine. Okay, it managed to get it to rotate. Look at that. It's rotating. It's tilting that way now. So ChatGPT, its latest code, has actually managed to get it to move at least. So this, I guess, proves that it can be rotated. It's all completely wrong, and it's the wrong fucking axis. But I suppose this proves that it can be rotated at least. But I don't even know what the hell is happening anymore. Yeah, well, it should be rotation value X and Z is 0, so I don't know why the hell. Try that. I wish I understood what was happening. Like this, nothing is making any sense to me, right? Because normally you rotate an object in the game and you see it rotate, right? Even if you can't get your code to do it, you can do it in the inspector and you can see the results. So you can just do some like basic sanity checking. Okay, is this the right thing that I'm rotating? Is this the right axis? Is it actually moving? Is some script interfering with it? You can do these like very basic sanity checks. And this is probably why I feel insane right now. Because those sanity checks are all failing me. It's like, okay, I can't move the object. I can't rotate it. I can't do anything to it. But then we just saw that the script actually did tilt the object, which is one of the rotational values. It's still not working. It's still not working. And rotating it in the inspector still does nothing. So whatever values are being applied here, this is what I'm trying to get ChatGPT to understand, right? Is like, look, ChatGPT, you're not fucking understanding me right now. I'm trying to explain to you that if I rotate the fucking object in the inspector, it doesn't fucking move. So like surely the first thing I need to do is get that to actually do something, because otherwise it doesn't matter what values we apply through code. If that's not affecting anything, then we're not going to see any results, right? It's just basic common sense. So ChatGPT throwing any code at me right now isn't going to help me. But then you would think, right? That's what my sanity tells me. But then we did just see the fire tilt when it was affecting all three axes. So like, how the hell do you explain that? Like I say, I wish something made sense to me right now. I don't know. Maybe when it's instantiated, maybe. Actually, that's a good point, because we were up high on a cliff when it instantiated. So maybe what was happening is that calculation was done before it was instantiated, so the fire was rendered facing up at us, and then after it's been instantiated, that's it, you're locked in, you can't fucking move the thing. And so it was instantiated looking up at us, right? So when we went down, it was tilted. That might that's the only thing I can think of that might explain that. That's the only thing I can think of that might explain that. That still is consistent with what I believe to be all my sanity checks for how this thing fucking works. Yeah, no matter what I put in there, it's just not doing anything. But it makes sense that it's not doing anything because, like I say, if I rotate it in the inspector, it doesn't actually move. Got a mesh renderer with a fire material, but like even if you move it after it's been instantiated, like let's try and take it up into the air, right? It doesn't move. It's like wherever it rendered it at the time of instantiation is where it's fucking staying, and you ain't fucking moving it after that fact. So that's what I'm trying to get ChatGPT to understand, is like, well, how the fuck do I move or rotate this thing? If that's how it works, is there a way? It's got a collider. You can't rotate a shader graph. At least I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I need to get ChatGPT to understand what I'm saying. Okay. If manipulating the rotation values in the inspector doesn't affect the rotation or position of the object, it may be due to several factors. Runtime instantiation. If your object is instantiated at runtime, any changes you make in the inspector during edit mode won't affect the instantiated objects. In Unity, changes made in the inspector are typically applied to objects already in the scene, not objects created during runtime. To modify properties of runtime created objects, you'll need to do it programmatically in your script. Well, that's what we're trying to fucking do. That doesn't help me at all. Script control transformations. Possible that script is explicitly setting the rotation of the object in update. It's not, because we see the values change in the inspector. So here's the issue, right? Why can't I suppose it would need to see what's happening to understand, right? It's very difficult for me to even try and explain this to fucking ChatGPT, but like, yeah, I know these are the assumptions after instantiation. We're completely wasting our time trying to fucking rotate it. And its only solution to that is, well, if it was instantiated at runtime, then you should be able to like manipulate it in runtime. Here's what I know. The values change in the inspector that are applied in update. But in the same way, changing these manually does nothing. Neither does the updated code during runtime. How the heck do we rotate this then? The values change in the inspector that are applied in update, but in the same way changing these manually does nothing. Neither does the updated code during runtime. How the heck do we rotate this then? If changing the rotation values in the inspector or in code during runtime isn't having any visible effect on your object, and if your object is a shader graph that's instantiated at runtime, it's possible that the issue lies with how the shader graph handles the object's orientation. Yeah, I would say so. Here are some steps to troubleshoot and potentially fix the rotation issue. Check the shader graph. Inspect the shader graph used by the object. It's possible that the shader graph itself is manipulating the object's appearance, including its rotation. Really? Is that a thing? I guess it's worth looking at it. I don't really know about shader graphs though. I've never made a fucking shader graph in my life. Well, except for that little waterfall one that I did. So I guess we're looking for a rotation value in here then. Well, there's no rotation value. Tunify randomized sample position. If from object position, but that's only a bool. Alpha color, color, noise, inner fire size, outer fire size, wind amount, texture for UVs. Fire width at volume extents. Yeah, I don't see anything in there that would affect its rotation. Ensure that the shader graph and the object itself are using the same rotation order. Unity uses a default rotation order of X, Y, Z Euler angles. And if your shader or object is using a different rotation order, it can lead to unexpected behavior. There's no mention of rotation in the shader graph, so I don't think it's the shader graph. Scaling and translation. Verify that scaling or translation properties in the shader graph aren't affecting the object's orientation. Some shaders might use these properties to create effects like distortion, which can impact rotation. Changing title to learning how to rotate an object in 6 hours. Oh man, it's because this is using some weird ass effect shit. It doesn't use Unity's normal systems. And because I didn't make it, this is like a third party. Somebody else made this effect, and I'm not an effects guy, so like I guess this is a learning experience for me. Shader graph transform. Ensure that you're not applying transformations in the object's vertices. Boolean float. Alpha wouldn't do it. Color wouldn't do it. Color wouldn't do it. Color wouldn't do it. Color wouldn't do it. Noise scrolling speed. I doubt it. Size, maybe, if size is carrying rotational values as well, but I highly doubt it because we're only carrying one float value, so you can't possibly hold rotational values in two size values if it's single float values, because where would you even store the data? So there's no way that size is affecting rotation because it's just simple floats. So it can't be that. Initial position, one float value. Again, doubt it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this fucking thing works. Like, I'm not a fucking shader graph guy. Wait, I've just had an idea. I've just had an idea. Okay, maybe we can hack this. Okay, maybe we can use a workaround for this. So maybe we can do it by parenting it to something and rotating the parent. So my first test is if I rotate its parent, does it rotate? You would think so, but I don't even know anymore. Because if it does, then we can just make an invisible parent and rotate its invisible parent, and that will rotate it as a child. So let's stand at its side. If we rotate the actual campfire that it's a part of, does the flame rotate with it? Look at that. No, it fucking doesn't. You can move the campfire and the flame stays in the same place. Oh, this is driving me insane. Yeah, so I can't even do that. Yeah, so like it's 100% when it's instantiated. I mean, what if we don't run that code? Do we just not get a fire? Because it runs in the inspector. I would imagine it would stop working, but I don't know. What if we just don't create the item? What's weird is I don't even see where that's happening. Maybe it does it in the inspector as well. Seems to be creating the objects correctly based on the given spacing and item values. However, it doesn't appear to account for any changes in rotation or position applied to the parent object. If the parent's object transform changes due to manipulation in the inspector or in the code, the instantiated objects aren't following this change. It suggests that the instantiated objects are not children of the parent object. To make the instantiated objects follow the parent's transformation, you should make them children of the parent. Oh, you mean we could just... Okay, this might fix it. So why then does turning the... I mean, if that's true, then why does turning the mesh renderer on and off in the inspector turn the flame on and off? Surely that must indicate that it is part of that child. Because that's the mesh renderer that you're turning on and off. But hey, I'm willing to try it. Oh, I hate days like this where, okay, I'm going to do this thing, and it's like, oh no, first you have to spend all day fixing this thing that you thought would take 10 minutes. And it takes all fucking day. I mean, this is one of these weird outlier things, like, I have to admit, like, that didn't do shit. But then, I can't even remember what we're doing. Like, are we still running the rotation script on it? Child does nothing when you rotate it. Parent does nothing when you rotate it. Moving the parent still does nothing when you rotate it. When you move it, it's still stuck in one place. That is so strange, because I love this flame effect. But it's only when it's in the camera. Like, as soon as you see it from the side, like, you know, it loses all of its fucking magic, because you can just see it's a flat plane. It looks like shit. So, like, that's the only thing that's bad about it, is so like, by rotating it to the camera, like, it's going to be perfect. I just didn't know it would be this much of a pain in the fucking ass to do that. Like I said, I thought I'd already fixed this 6 months ago, but I guess I must have just been... It must have just happened to have been in a good place that was like, I don't know, where it looked like it was fixed, but it actually clearly isn't. Again, though, is it even doing it? Because I don't see that code is running. Wait a minute. Now I'm really curious if this code is even running. Let's do a debug and find out if it is. Fire instantiation has been called. I feel like it's not. And maybe that's the problem. Because I don't see where it's being called. But then again, I'm not used to working with things that run in the editor as well, right? And they're different types of scripts that behave differently. So I don't know if because it's an edit, like, it's because it's a script that runs in the editor as well as runs in runtime. Like, I don't know what the difference is, because I've never wrote an editor script in my life. I only ever write for runtime. So I don't know if that, like, maybe that there's something about the fact that it runs in editor that just does this anyway. So that's why I'm doing this, to find out if it's actually running or not. If it's not running, then maybe that's the reason it's not working. So then we can try running it, I guess. I need to turn off my res renamer. Oh. I should stop streaming these dev sessions because it's all, I've noticed as well. Whenever I stream, it's like I'm pre-cursing myself. Whenever I decide to stream my development, I have the worst luck ever, and things just do not work like this, and it just ends up me screaming for 6 hours, not getting anywhere. And then if I develop without streaming, then I tend to have a better luck. So I kind of... And I thought about that. I was like, should I stream it? And I was like, no, it's fine. Like, this is pretty easy. I know exactly how to make a cooking system. This will be fine. Shouldn't take me that long. But yeah, that's because we're not dealing with that yet, because we're trying to fix this stupid thing. Right, anyway, did we see the... Yeah, we didn't see the debug message, so that code isn't running. It wants spacing as a float, item as a float, and camera as a camera. What? Okay, I don't know what they are. Alright, let's see what that does. Missing component. There is no camera attached to the play camera root game object. Okay. So we'll give it the camera then. There is no camera attached to player follow camera. Yeah, no, it's because it's a Cinemachine camera. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my fucking god, this is fucking insane. And I guess even if I say Cinemachine camera, it won't be able to convert that into a normal camera, right? Oh my god, I hate these Cinemachine cameras. I really do regret ever using them. I'm never going to use these things ever again as long as I live. I so regret using them. Okay, Why do you want the camera transform, you fucking piece of shit? Because all you're getting from it is the transform. So don't say camera then. Just say transform position. Right, we'll edit this fucking code. This is such fucking horseshit. But it is doing these weird frustum plane things. Oh my god! Fuck my life. This is such a pain in the balls. I noticed that the create item method was never actually called, so I have added it to start. However, the script wants a camera component and my game uses Cinemachine cameras. How can I modify to work with my project? Fuck my life. If your project is using Cinemachine cameras, you can modify a script to work with a Cinemachine virtual camera instead. We'll see about that. I'm about to fucking jump out the window in a minute. This is just fucking too much. All I wanted to do was make a cooking thing, and like it's turned into a whole day of trying to rotate a fucking flame in a fucking it's always like this. Welcome to game dev. See, this is like one of the downsides of using other people's shit, right? If I built this flame, I really should learn from my mistakes, right? I've got to start building my own shit, like even if it's like virtual effects, because like when I think about it, right, the amount of fucking time I've wasted trying to fix other people's shit, like this flame effect, for example, right? I'm pretty sure I could have just made my own flame effect from scratch. And then I would have understood how it worked, and then if I needed to change anything, I could have changed it, you know what I mean? And I would have ticked all these boxes as I was making it. I feel like the time you save by using somebody else's work, right, is lost as soon as you come across an issue like this. It's like, oh, well, we need this one thing to change, and then you spend like 10 hours getting it to work. And it's like, well, I probably could have spent 7 hours just making it from scratch, and I would have saved myself like 3 hours or whatever, right? Like I really should start forcing myself to make these things from scratch, because like I just don't think it's worth it. Right, so now we're not taking in, I like that, we're not taking a camera component anymore, so I do like that. But at the same time, like, I don't really understand why you would make a flame effect like that. I guess if you're making a 2D game, it doesn't really matter. But I don't know, this is a 3D game engine, right? If you're smart enough to make that flame in the first place, I don't know. Did you not think of that? Like, did you not notice that the thing looks like shit when you walk around the side of it? Like, I feel like that flame effect is incomplete by not having it do this anyway. And then expecting me to then reverse engineer the entire fucking thing to the point where I can get it to do that. Like I say, I would be better off just making the thing from fucking scratch myself in the end. So it just makes me wonder. I mean, that's nothing, right? For another project once, I wanted to download a text marquee because I wanted this text to scroll across the thing, and I didn't know how to do it myself, and I found something online. Yeah. And somebody had made a text marquee, which actually scrolled from left to right. Right? And I'm like, why would you do that? Like, you can't read. We read from left to right. So if you're scrolling from left to right, you're getting the end of the text before you get the beginning. So if your thing's longer than the width of the screen, then you can't read it. And I'm like, who on earth in their right mind would ever make a marquee scroll from left to right? That makes absolutely no sense. And it ended up taking me longer to figure out how it was working and then finally get it to scroll the right way than I would have just learning how to make it from scratch myself. So, like, you know, complaining about a flame that doesn't rotate towards a camera is nothing compared to, like, the marquee that scrolled from left to right. I will never forget that as long as I live. But yeah, sometimes I do wonder, like, I don't know how other people's brains work, because like I say, right, if I was making something that especially that I was going to share with other people, if I was making a visual effect that I was going to share with other people, and it's like, okay, this thing looks great from the front but it looks like shit from the side, then unless I can get that thing to rotate by itself to the camera and it's easy and it's done, I'm probably not going to share it with people because it's embarrassingly shit if it doesn't work properly. But here we are. Yeah, and also, like, private void render flames is never ever ran either, because if it was, then we would have done the create item here, so I don't really understand what the fuck is even happening. Well, what was camera a component? I now just have one error for the following line. But first, let's put this in my update. My update's different as well. It's always the things that you think are going to be simple that are really complicated, and the things that you really think are going to be complicated are really, really simple. Or at least that's how it is for me. It's like I want to rotate a flame towards a camera, and it sounds like the easiest thing in the world. Like, yeah, I've done it so many times. And then, like, 2 hours in, I'm like, wait a minute, this thing can't even rotate. What the hell is even happening? Shit like that. It's like, it sounds like it's going to be easy as fuck, right? If you said to anybody who just plays games, okay, which do you think is harder, making a cooking system in a game where you throw ingredients together and then you cook items and blah blah blah, or rotating an object towards the camera as the player's moving around? Guaranteed everybody would say, oh yeah, that's probably the like one line of code. Rotate, because you would think, right, rotating a object towards the camera has got to be like, there's got to be something, just like one line of code that will probably do that. Yeah. If only you knew. Okay, so my create item. And I all of this is even like, well, it just says Unity camera. Yeah, but what the fuck is... Oh, ChatGPT, what are you talking about? It doesn't know what Unity camera is. What is Unity camera? Please, ChatGPT, save this man from this pain. ChatGPT is only so much help. I'm normally turning to ChatGPT when I don't have any other, I don't have any other way to go. I don't know how I'm going to solve this problem, but it's not something that I will be able to live with either. I always get there eventually. Like, I always figure it out eventually, but like, this one really is stumping me because it's like, I don't even know what's really causing it. I assume it's something to do with the fact that it's a shader graph, because I don't really know that much about shader graphs, but I would have thought you could rotate a shader graph. Maybe you can't. Maybe that's not how shader graphs work. I think that's where my gap in knowledge is. It's like, okay, maybe shader graphs aren't really meant to be rotated. That probably makes sense. Because really they're used for like visual effects, which you wouldn't normally need to rotate, but in our case we do. So I don't know what the solution is yet, but we'll see what this comes up with, I guess. Sometimes ChatGPT can figure it out eventually. But yeah, if I'm begging ChatGPT for help with this much, it normally means I'm like, yeah, I'm out of my depths. I'm like, I wouldn't even know where to start to try and get this to do what I want it to do, because there's too much of a gap in knowledge for the thing that I'm doing. Okay, so I want to demonstrate that if we set that to the virtual camera, we get cannot convert camera to Cinemachine virtual camera. And if we use Unity camera, well, I shouldn't need to do that. I'm just going to send it that. See, it's just weird. ChatGPT just gave me the same error back. I apologize for the oversight. If you're using Cinemachine for your camera system, you want to render objects with a Cinemachine virtual camera, you should use a different approach to render objects. Yeah, I regret ever using these Cinemachine virtual cameras, but it's too late now. We're like 7 months in or whatever. And yeah, to undo all of that now and use normal cameras is just... May as well be starting the game from scratch. So I just have to wrestle with it every time a problem like this comes up, but goddamn do I regret using those things. I mean, they're nice for like camera transitions and things, but I don't think, like, I can make a camera transition so much easier than I can wrestle with the fucking camera system to get it to do other standard things that we need normal cameras to do. So that's why it's like, I don't think it's worth the fucking sacrifices that you make by using the damn things. Yeah, now ChatGPT is just giving me more and more erroneous code. Erroneous, I suppose erroneous is the word we want. And I'm just, oh my fucking god. I'm kind of at my wit's end. Cinemachine Brain does not contain a definition for solo camera override. Again, it's the same error we've told it about 3 times now, where if we use this graphics draw mesh, it will only take a camera component and not a Cinemachine virtual camera. And then it's referring to this thing that doesn't exist. So you can see that ChatGPT's like fucking lost the plot. It doesn't know. But it will try and make shit up. How many ambulances is there today? I know, you think I lived in the bloody, I don't know, next to a hospital or something. Oh god, I wish I did, so I could turn myself in. I'd be like, okay, here, put the straitjacket on me, put me in the padded cell, save me from myself. Okay, I'm going out of my mind here. It's so stupid, right? Because all we're trying to do is get a fucking object to rotate towards another object, right? Which I don't believe we should ever need a camera for. Because, like, it doesn't make a difference whether it's a camera or not. We just want an object to rotate towards another object, right? We're not trying to use any special functionality of a camera to do this. We're literally just getting the position of a camera. So I think it's stupid to me that whatever this thing is that's tripping me up, like, insists on taking a camera. And the worst part of this is I don't even know if this is the thing that's stopping it from... Do you know what I mean? Like, is this even going to make any difference if we get it to fucking work anyway? So, you know what? I'm just going to... Ugh. Yeah, I'm changing them, I know. These can be automatically updated. No. No. So what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to create a camera, which we're not actually going to use, and I'm going to attach it to our Cinemachine camera. Because like I say, the only thing it should give a shit about is its fucking position anyway. So I'm going to leave that disabled as a camera component, but I'm going to give it that. I'm going to give the script that, and then hopefully that'll be enough to get it to work. But I just don't even know at this point. And I'm going to call it stupid camera. Because it literally is. It's like, it's a camera that I've made just to get this error to go off my screen. We're not even using it as a camera. It's just to try and get this stupid thing to run. Yeah, it's weird that it's like I used to live next to a Chinese takeaway, and people used to come into my house and they used to say, "Oh, that smells gorgeous. Oh, does that not make you hungry?" constantly. And at this point, I'd lived there for so long that I was like, "What? The Chinese takeaway next door? I can smell it." And like you get to the point, you just don't notice it. Like I didn't even really notice the smell of Chinese food after a while, because I guess every day you smell it, you just becomes the smell of normal to you. And it's like the ambulance thing that you just mentioned. I was like, I never even noticed any of them. I suppose I'm too deep in the weeds now. And I guess I'm just getting used to the sound of all these bloody sirens now living here. That I don't even notice them. Okay, I am so deep in this now that I don't even know who I am anymore. I don't know where I am, who I am, what I'm doing. Right, there we go. We give it that, we give it that. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna need a fucking ambulance in a minute. Okay, we didn't get any errors for the thing, so that's a good sign. We are getting, there are 2 audio listeners now. Yeah, okay, we can fix that. Because we made a new fucking stupid fake camera, that's why. Okay, so we turn the audio listener off the camera. It's still, yeah, so that ain't done shit as far as I can tell. And I bet the thing still doesn't move. So I bet all of that shit changed absolutely nothing. I would bet my life on this right now. So all that was for nothing anyway. I give up. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know. Yep, there we go. It's changed absolutely nothing. The flame still doesn't move. Still doesn't rotate. That did absolutely nothing for us. Oh my god. It doesn't make any sense! To me it doesn't. Like, all I know about this, right? So from the experiments and shit that we've done today, right? I know that whenever this thing... Well, that's the weird thing. It wasn't even running that script. So this thing seems to have a life of its own, right? And here's what I know. Is whenever it's instantiated, we can manipulate the rotation. Because when I was up on the cliff... and ChatGPT said to face the camera, and it also included the, looking up and down rotation, the flame was tilted. So that means that if we change its rotational values before it's instantiated, it will instantiate using those rotational values, right? Which is fucking weird for a million different reasons. Not least of all is the fact that the creation script wasn't even running back then. So something else is doing that. Fuck knows what. I don't know. Maybe the shader graph's doing it. I have no idea. But then once it's instantiated, like no matter what we do, like it's fucking stuck there. It's locked there. It can't be moved. It can't be. Yeah, it just can't be moved. Which is just fucking weird to me. I've never seen anything like this before. And I can only assume that it's some weird, unique thing about shader graphs, maybe. I'll tell you what is interesting now though as well is it actually looks good from both sides now. Whereas before you could see like the plane that it was rendered on from the other side. I don't know though, I think it actually looks worse than it did. Didn't it have more colour than that before? I actually feel like that instantiation script has somehow like ruined its effect a little bit. And it didn't even fix the problem that we were hoping it would fix, so yeah, I don't know. I was hoping for a minute there that like if I told it not to be a billboard, maybe it would stop freezing in place. That's the smoke effect. It looks better with the smoke effect. If you put the smoke effect down, that looks pretty good actually. Shame I can't move the fucking thing. Ah, I don't understand. I need to find somebody who's like who knows this shader graph stuff. I bet somebody who knows shader graphs could look at that and be like, okay, yeah, I can fix that in 2 seconds. There you go. Turn that on, turn that off. There you go, done. Size. Oh, wait a minute. Rotation over time. No, that's the distortion though, isn't it? Oh, it's so disappointing. Because I do love this effect. I think it's really nice. It really adds a lot to the game. But it's so... It becomes so shit as soon as you like get to this kind of angle and you can see, oh wow, that's just a stupid flat plane. It looks ridiculous. But if it stayed like that, then it looks pretty good. Oh. It's so annoying because like I know there's got to be a way, like there has to be a way, like there has to be. I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I mean the flame should rotate with everything else. If it... Well, let's have a look at the shader graph while it's running. Maybe we can get lucky. Where do we want this? I don't know, somewhere where we can see it a bit better while looking at the shader graph. Probably not there. I mean, we can see it. It's very small, but we can see it. I mean, what do you even do? Size. The sizes maybe are affecting it, I should probably back, yeah, maybe I should be backing this up. Rename, delete, duplicate. If I'm going to start tearing this thing apart, then I'm probably going to break it forever. I'd rather have it as it is than not have it at all. Okay, so let's make a backup of it first then. So I'm probably going to destroy this. At this point, is it just impossible or what the fuck? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. Because I don't even really know what the cause is. It's probably worth experimenting though. So let me show you the one shader graph that I did do. Because this, okay, you just gave me a good idea there. Because it would be interesting to see what happens if I rotate like another shader graph, right? So I made one shader graph in this game because I'm terrible at it and I'm still learning, for a waterfall, and it's not finished yet, but it's, you know, it's a shader graph. It's, so if I go to my waterfall and then we see if we can rotate that, you know what I mean? Maybe I can learn something. I don't know. Because this one I made myself, so there shouldn't be anything weird affecting it. So there's my waterfall shader graph. So we need to come over here. I need to go there in game and then see if I can rotate. I think I can. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't be able to. But then again, I don't see a reason why I'm not able to rotate the fucking fire. It's so stupid. Okay, where is that waterfall? There it is. Alright, let's have a look. So if we grab our waterfall, which is also a shader graph, do I want to save changes to the shader graph? I didn't know I'd made changes to the shader graph. Right, I need to find that now. Waterfall. Why did you deselect it? Oh no, you didn't. There it is. Okay, that's my waterfall. That's, oh wait, no, that's a particle system. Yeah, that also, yeah, the fire also has particle systems, but no, I'm sure there's a shader graph on here somewhere. Waterfall, waterfall. Yeah, shader graph waterfall. Here we go. I knew it had a shader graph on it. So is that my shader graph for the waterfall? Yeah, that's my shader graph for the waterfall. Alright, so if we rotate this or move it somewhere, I would expect it to... Ooh, okay, well there you go. I guess that answers my question then. So shader graphs don't actually... They don't move? Huh. There you go, I learned something about shader graphs. Okay, interesting. So you can't move shader graphs. You can see the shadow of where it's supposed to be on that cliff, or you could. There it is. Find it. There it is. There it is. Yeah, you can see the mesh. So the mesh moves that the shader graph's on in space, virtual space, but the effect just obviously stays wherever it is instantiated. Interesting. No, but this is good because now I know specifically what I'm looking to do, right? Which is like, okay, how the hell can we move a shader graph? I don't want to watch a 26-minute video. Using position data. Oh no, this is going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Unity shader graph, episode 13, object and world space. That's only 10 minutes. Go on, we'll put it on the background while we listen. Oh my god, he's in his spaceship!
In this video, let's take our color ramp one step further and investigate what happens
Excuse me, where were you planning on sticking that exactly?
we change the vertex coordinates from world space to object space. We can introduce some simple logic into our graph using the branch node, and then we'll add a boolean to our inspector to allow the user to switch between the different modes. Finally, we'll package everything up in a subgraph for reuse elsewhere. Okay, to start, we can clean up our hierarchy of any objects that we don't need. Delete anything extraneous, like this cube from the last lesson. That was just there for visualization.
Does he even have a shader graph
The cylinder
on it?
you can leave in for now, but maybe it's a little bit easier to see it if we scale it down a little bit.
Hang on. Mesh renderer, force field material, capsule collider, shader, temp shader graph. Okay, so apparently that is a shader graph.
Let's try a Y scale of 10. The current color...
So he's already done it then in the last episode, I think. He's got a shader graph on there and he's able to move it around. Son of a bitch. But he's already way ahead of me. Like this episode, he already did it before this episode. Unless that's what he's going to cover in this episode and he's showing you the results first. I don't know. I need to know what episode 12 is. What was episode 12? Of course, what I should really do is sit there and follow the whole thing and learn stuff. But like, oh my god, I got so much to do. I've got like assignments for college to do. I just wanted to make a cooking system for my game. Like, I can't add watching 12 episodes of this to my list of everything I've already got to do. It's like, I just want to move this flame and then get on with what I want to do. But that might be the option. So at least we know it can be done, right? I guess maybe I have to. If I have to watch 12 episodes and learn it all... This is Unreal as well. Wait a minute. Oh no, I think he's got a series in Unity and oh yeah, he's got both. So which series was this from? Unity shader graph. So this one. Position.
Control the T parameter using physical distance. We'll blend the colors with a position node, which contains information about our 3D geometry. Our shading effect can then take the form of a color ramp or gradient that interpolates the two colors based on the mesh's vertex positions. Okay, to do this, let's switch to a simpler shader graph, since our force field shader has a lot going on right now. It'll be easier to work with the
looks good though.
graph, so let's select that.
I gotta learn this. You can do some cool things with shader graphs.
Here we can set up a LERP node and
it's
two
a whole,
colors just like the last video.
It's a whole
Input,
wormhole to get into,
basic,
a whole rabbit
color,
hole.
And input, basic, color. Convert both of those to properties. Convert to property. Convert to property. And let's name these as color A.
Wait a minute. I've just had an even bigger idea. So okay, I've just had another idea. So what if it's nothing to do with what I think it is, right? Because the shader graph seems to run all on its own anyway, right? So like baby steps, right, is what I'm thinking. So basically, like, okay, the hard part's done, which is the fire effect shader graph, right? So if I take my bonfire and I get rid of the asset pack whatever thing, third party thing that I did, and I was saying, okay, I made a shader graph for this, like how would I put it together? And then just like recreate those steps. Actually, I'm not quite sure. I know I need a mesh renderer so I can stick a material on it. you can make a plane, right? So I guess I would make a plane because I know my shader graph consists of a plane. So like maybe I should just follow these steps and see if this one can move. And then that sort of narrows down whether the problem is like object related or something. Like I know what I mean in my brain, it's just hard to articulate right now. So there, like set that to 90 degrees, right? So if I was like doing this from scratch, then I would make the plane where I want my flame. And then I would set the material to the shader graph. But let's be careful here, because the material might have some... I doubt it. Maybe. Particle flames. Cave room torch flames. Fire? Bonfire stones, bonfire... Fire material. There we go. So I add my fire material. Which looks okay, you know, it's... It's missing some extra effects and whatnot, but it's just an experiment to see if I can rotate the fucking thing. And then we can go from there, I guess. Okay, so I would put it there. And I'll call it My Fire. My Fire! Do not mess with my fire. Just ignore me. Okay, and then I would go and add my like camera rotation script, but we don't even care about that yet, right? Because the first thing to do now is to go to it in the game, because we know it's loading the shader graph. Yeah, I think it won't move again, because the waterfall also didn't move, right? And this is basically what I would have done for the waterfall. So then we just, if that's the case, then we need to know, okay, what special things do we have to do with the shader graph so that we're able to move it. But yeah, we could do a quick test in the inspector now and see if this new flame can be moved or rotated in any way. So we'll stand to its side so it looks like shit, and then see if we can move it. Oh my god, we did it! Wait, what? Because the waterfall didn't move, right? So I was like, oh, well, you can't move shader graphs then. Yes, you fucking can. This one moves. What the hell? Okay, I don't even know what's happening anymore. I'm just insanely happy that we can move. Oh my god, we can move this one. Ah! We can do it. We can do it. Okay, so it looks like shit from that side because you can see how it works, right? You can see like the plane that it's rendered on. So we need to make sure that this side is always facing the camera so that you never see that ugly backside. Okay. This should work. This should work. Oh my god. Now it looks like shit compared to the other one, but we can add all the other things like the smoke and whatever else it had, right? And then get it looking pretty. Then we can move it. And we're set. We're good. Alright. Okay, I'm down. I'm ready. Okay. So forget about all that script shit, because I don't know what was, like, something in the script could have been fucking it up. So this is why, like, I'm saying baby steps, right? We do one step at a time. So I'm literally going to call this rotate flame script. Okay, and if I was doing this so that it worked in its most efficient way, then it should be a simple matter of an update. Start by finding the camera, so we can do a private transform cam position, which we say game object find. We want play follow camera, don't we? Yeah. use the play follow camera and then say game object dot transform. And then an update, if we go all the way back to our original, because I can't be bothered to work it out, all the way back to our original code that I asked it about, which was this. This was my original code. Let's see if my original code works. But then ChatGPT was like, oh no, that's not quite right, but it's very close. I'll see if it was just stroking my ego unnecessarily or if it was correct. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, I think this is it. We can do it. We can do it! You know what this means though? This means that every one of my torches in my cave I now need to fucking destroy and then recreate them. Well, I mean I do one and then I'll obviously duplicate it. But yeah, I basically have to destroy all my torches now and then go and fucking recreate them all. But yeah, we recreate one and then duplicate it. But we've got to position them all. It's going to be a pain in the ass. But you know, I mean, it is what it is. Okay, yeah, I think I understand the problem. It ain't doing shit, but I think, isn't it because we needed... Oh wait, did I even add... No, wait. Oh, why isn't that working? Yeah, no, because we don't have that parent structure anymore, so we should be fine saying to rotate it. Okay, so why isn't it doing anything? That's weird. My script ain't doing shit. I actually don't know. Okay, let's try ChatGPT's original update. Can I see a reason why that wouldn't do anything? Not really. That's so weird. So I wonder why the waterfall wouldn't move. Man, I wish I don't understand. I do not understand these shader graphs. They seem to have a mind of their own. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely should, like, you know, properly learn about them at some point. But like, you know, that's not a small task. Ah, this might be one of those situations where the cam transform doesn't do what I think it does. Because it's on a pivot. Okay. Because we have this player camera route, which I seem to remember being really important. for calculating like camera position and stuff. It's this whole weird Cinemachine setup thing. It's a pain in the ass. One of these days I'll get good at it. But we've been using them now for like 7-8 months, which is how old this project is. And I still don't have a fucking clue how they work. Okay, we managed to make it rotate. This is ChatGPT's code though. Oh look, it is rotating with us. But it's rotating on the wrong axis basically. But it is rotating with us. Okay, so now we just need to fix the angles and we're good. Yeah, it's doing exactly what we told it to do, to be fair, which is to rotate on the y-axis, and then it's set 0, 0, 0 as the other axes. The problem is, on this particular version, that kind of looks like a ghost. Yeah, I know, right? Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god. You need to stay in my chat 24/7. Well, maybe not 24/7, but you know, more regularly, because you give me so many good ideas. You gave me the mini golf idea, which I'm definitely going to add to this game. You gave me the idea to see if I can move the waterfall, which has gotten me on the right track now to actually fixing this problem. And you just gave me the idea that if I turn that upside down, I can turn it into a ghost. Guess what puzzle I have? I have the Sealy puzzle from Genshin in this, but I have this stupid looking thing. If I use that and give it a face, oh my god, it's going to be so much better. And you just gave me that idea as well, so you are the idea, I don't know, machine, I guess. So thank you. I've got 3 amazing ideas from you today. Which is more ideas than I've had in a month. Okay, so now I just need to figure out what is the correct values for this now, right? So x... Okay, there we go. X wants to be like at 90, I guess, right? X wants to be at 90. Okay, so then if we change our code, that needs to say 90. And that's probably all I need to do. Let's find out. Yeah, that would look great as a ghost. And it's got like, you know, then it's like animated and it looks interesting. And I could change its color and stuff, right? So that's a really good idea. Okay, I can delete this now because we don't need it anymore. There we go. Oh my god, how long has it taken me? 3 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, we played about 40 minutes of Genshin. So that's still terrible that it's taken me 3 hours to fix this stupid flame issue. But we also added the cooking pot. So, you know. Sometimes it do be like that. We did it! We did it! I mean, it looks like shit because we need to add the other effects to it now. But, you know, once we add the smoke, and we can maybe tinker with the colour a bit, make it look a little bit better. But the point is, this is what I've spent 3 hours trying to freaking do, right? Because now from all angles, it looks good. It never looks like a flat plane because it's rotating with us, which is exactly what we wanted. Yay! I'm so happy right now. Oh my god, I don't know if that's worth 3 hours of my life, but we did it. Oh my god, I can't believe how long that took. Yeah, we did it. Okay, I mean, that makes such a difference. It's unbelievable how much of a difference that makes. Yeah, we just need to make it look better now by adding all the smoke and the other things that the other one had. And also, I feel like the colour's a bit off. So first thing I'm going to do is try and give it a bit of a... Because it looks too white, doesn't it? It needs to look more orange, I think. I don't even know where the hell Didn't we have a shader graph open? Yeah, there it is. Fire shader. I'm a fire shader. Twisted fire shader. Okay. How do we change the color on this thing? Well, there's lots of things that say color. Okay. That's got like... These don't look anything like the colors that I'm seeing. Color. That one looks kind of white. What if we change this to like an orangey color? I mean, nothing really changes. Okay, color 2 threshold. I don't know what that is. Don't see a color in there. Alpha. I wonder if it's one of these things where you only see... Oh, we probably need to save it for it to take effect or something. Maybe. Okay, so in that case, come out of it. I should back this up as well in case I break it. Be a good idea. Although I've got a million backups of the project, so I could just rip it out of one of those. Yeah, no, that has affected the colour of it. Let's see what it looks like now then. So it did apply the change. Or maybe I still need to hit save. So either it doesn't affect it in real time, it only does it when you re-instantiate it, or I still need to hit save before I'll see it. I don't know. Hurry up! Just... Yes, thank you. Show me my flame. Oh, that does look more... I think that does look more orange, right? Or am I imagining things? It's still very white though. Yeah, weird, because it hasn't really changed its appearance all that much. Still looks kind of white. Oh, I'm so bad at shader graphs. What about these things? These look very white. Can't change those. I think that's just the noise that's added. Tiling and offset. That's like the effect of the flame. Oh, okay, those colors got reset at some point. I think. Yeah, I wish this thing would represent in real time. I also feel like, because if you look at the preview shows it in grayscale, which makes me think that the color might be added somewhere else. So actually, let's look at the object, because you can add color to... That's a good point, actually. You can add colors to mesh renderers anywhere, so that might be a better way of doing it, so we don't risk breaking the damn thing. Okay, let's get rid of all these, because these are like... I need to fix those later now. Bonfire. Stones. My fire. Here we go. Fire material. Ah, here we go, here we go. So the material itself has like some color properties attached to it. Yeah, we got a lot of whites in here, so maybe we can give it a bit more orange. It's weird though, because that is kind of orange. Color 1, color 2. Inner fire size, outer fire size. Surely the inner fire size should be smaller than the outer fire size, I would think. Alright, let's see if that did anything. Oh yeah, that looks much different now. It looks too yellow now, but at least we've changed it. Yeah. Yeah, I can see the outer and the inner now as well, which is quite cool. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know what a good fire should look like. Let's have a look. Tune fire. Let's just get some. Right, this is more. Yeah, so the brighter in the middle and the sort of more red on the outside is the way people tend to do it. So I guess we'll do the same. So we want the sort of red. So almost from white to red. So our outer side wants to look more red. So what looks white right now? Let's stick that. Let's stick that there. Because this is kind of white, but I don't know. So if we change that to red, yeah, there we go. And then we can turn that down. And make this one more white. Looks kind of shit though. It sounds weird, but it almost looks like too cartoony now to me. Like, okay, so that's just how transparent it is. It looks better without the transparency. Color threshold on the outside. Okay, that just... I need to disable mouse controls for the fucking character because it's hard to see what I'm doing when I hold the left mouse button down and she fucking aims a bow. I'm just trying to click over here. But window mount, outer fire size. Fire with the volume extents. Oh, I see. Wow. Soft particle distance. Yeah, I hope all this stays. It should do. I think material edits do change in real time. I think it's alright. By the time we add the other effects and stuff. I don't know, it did seem to have more of a glow to it before. Probably because it was almost white, I guess. Try making it more white. Yeah, but then it looks weird next to the orange. It's because they don't really blur into each other, that's the problem. Like, there's no... Because really, like, when people draw the cartoon fighters, it's like there's a white. The good ones look like this, right? You get your white, then you got your yellowy colour, then more orange, and then red. Whereas this only has like 2. So, I don't think it looks the best in the world, but we can tweak it later. I need to add the other effects to it now. Okay, so we've got sparks, smoke, spotlight, and distortion particle system. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try duplicating those, sticking them on my fire, and then see if that all just works. And now they'll rotate with the fire as well, which is quite nice. Yeah, there is a glow. We can add bloom to it as well, actually. That'll really make a big difference. That will kind of blend the colours into each other and it'll give everything a glow. Oh yeah, the smoke makes such a difference. The smoke makes such a difference. And the embers and stuff. That looks pretty good, actually. Yeah, give the whole thing a glow. Yeah, that looks... It's looking a lot better. It's not perfect, but, you know, much better than it was. And now you never see the flat plane, no matter which angle you're looking at it from. So yay, we're finally making some progress. Here we go, post-processing. that much. Okay, bloom intensity. There we go, see. Now we've got to be careful with this because, like, it can make everything look a little too crazy. It's getting the volume right, but yeah, definitely a little bit. A bit more would be good. Maybe 5 probably would do it. Yeah, I think 5's okay. Yeah, now that's really helped a lot. Oh wow, and stood like near the fire, it's like, I mean, get too close and it all looks a bit shit. Yeah, I think it just needs to be positioned a little bit better in the middle of the wood because I didn't quite get it quite in the middle as well. All right, I think we did it. I think the fire looks good. I'm happy with that. Yeah, these are set okay. We do like 5.1. Hmm, 1.2. 1.3 even. Okay. Oh my god. That's not too bad. It's not even 2 o'clock. We got loads of time. So all this started because I was like, okay. Originally I put the cooking pot over this big campfire because I was like, you know, you're gonna, one of your early missions is to get wood for the fire, and then after you light the fire we can then give you the tutorial for cooking. I still think that's a good idea, but I think the campfire gets ruined when you put the big cooking pot over it, because what I wanted was, like, for the Girl Scout camp, I put one rock here as an example. I'm going to put some rocks around the fire and then have the girls sit around the fire on a night time. So what I'm going to do is the girls are going to have 2 cycles of AI. They're going to have a day cycle and a night cycle. I might need to do 3 as well, actually, because they should probably go to bed at some point. I don't know, this is getting quite complicated. But yeah, ideally I'd like to see them doing various things throughout the day, and then on a night time they come and sit by the campfire, and then, you know, I suppose they should probably go to bed at some point as well if I'm going to do that. Yeah, so I just think I can just picture a lot of, like, really cool moments in the game where, you know, you sat around the campfire and, I don't know, whatever, telling ghost stories, whatever it is you're doing, right? Roasting marshmallows. It's the, you know, it's the signature iconic moments that, you know, you expect from a Girl Scout themed thing. I think it'll be really cool. So yeah, I don't want to ruin the campfire that the girls should sit around by sticking a big cooking pot in the middle of it, because I think it just kind of ruins everything, and then it's going to cause camera issues when you're trying to focus on, you know, characters and stuff. So I should have a second smaller fire, I think, for cooking, and then keep the middle, like, you know, the what would you call this? I can't think of the word that I'm looking for. You know, the centerpiece, I guess you would call it. You know, keep the centerpiece campfire unobstructed. So I don't know where we'll put our cooking pot. I know our log cabin's up there. We've got the toilets over there. I mean, it doesn't matter where I put it for now. I guess I'll just put it around here somewhere. So we need to make this smaller. We need to make another fire for cooking on. Scale that down. So at the moment I'll just duplicate that one, cooking fire, we'll call it. We're going to make it smaller. And we might give it some slightly different properties as well. Okay, so for cooking, I think that should be okay. Get rid of the grass because it doesn't make sense that you've got grass over the stones. Paint details, and it's shift, isn't it? Yeah, shift to erase details, so we'll get rid of the grass around here. There we go. Ooh, I want the whole thing. Just back a little bit. There we go, it should be in the middle of this thing. Pretty much looks like it is. Right, I need to make sure that's a good size for interacting with. Squish it down a bit, I think. I'm on the wrong thing. Cooking pot, where are you? Probably at the bottom. Yeah. Make sure it's on the floor. There you go. Is that too low now? It's probably alright. Again, scale wise, you kind of just need to go and have a look, I think. That is kind of intersecting with the frame a little bit too much. So let's shrink it a little bit. No. Rope, there it is, rope. Oh, that's the wrong rope. Cooking pot holders then? Yeah, that's it. Okay, and then we can move the pot up to the holder a bit better. Yeah, sort of what we're going for. Alright, so the next thing to do is to actually go up to it and make sure it looks like a good sized object to interact with, and see if there's any changes we need to make. Alright, so we got our big campfire in the middle of the scene. And now we should have our cooking pot. It's bigger than I thought it would be. I might want to make it a bit smaller. Like, I don't know how she would put things in there. Yeah, it's still too big. Okay. Now, this is why we go up to these things to check. Okay, so cooking fire, to fix this, obviously they're both linked, so we need to, let's just parent them. So I will actually put the cooking pot on the cooking fire so that they become a thing. Where is that? is. Okay, and then when we scale the whole thing, it'll all scale together. Yeah, and now if I scale it in runtime, it should be fine as well. So yeah, the ground's not quite flat here, so those legs actually get sort of buried down. We could either flatten the ground or we could just leave it. I don't know. I think it's fine. Make things too flat and they kind of don't look as interesting, I think, and they don't look as believable. Let's get rid of some more of the grass around here, I think. Yeah, I think it's in a pretty good place, actually. Yeah, that's a much better size. It's still a bit big. But she, like, I think it's kind of funny that, cause she is supposed to be quite young, and if we just sink it down a bit. Like, she could throw things into that pot. She wouldn't be able to see it, but, you know, she could just to say reach that pot. And there's something kind of amusing about the fact that she can barely reach the pot, I think. But we could make it a little bit smaller. Ooh, we got a storm. Storming game. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Now, the way I want the game to work when it's actually done is if it rains like this heavy, I think I might make it so it puts the fires out, and then if you want to cook, you're gonna have to wait till the weather clears, which I think could be kind of fun. And then so the cooking pot's going to need different states, right? Where, you know, is the fire lit? Yes or no? If no, then you've got to light it. For that you need firewood. Various things like that. Oh, I just saw the lightning. And now when we go indoors, the rain effect stops, which is nice, but you can still see it outside. How cool is that? And then when you go back out, you get the... Man, this weather system is just so much better. I made a lot of changes to it. What I didn't do though, oh wait, did I? Did I fix it? So it should also, when you dive down underwater now, the rain effect should stop, because you can't have it raining underwater. Ah, god damn it, we still haven't fixed that. Okay, that's still not. It kind of has above. That's interesting. So I need to stop this rain effect when you dive underwater, because obviously you can't have rain falling on you underwater. It doesn't make any sense. I thought I'd fixed that, but it looks like that's the motto of that's today's slogan. I thought I'd fixed that. But it seems to still be affecting parts of the underwater, which is kind of weird. So it stopped there when you look up, but you can still see it there, which is weird. I need to look into that. Certainly came a long way since the first time. Yeah, I put a lot of time in this, but it's coming along. I mean, you know, games take a long time, especially if you want to make them good. But yeah, this is the hardest part, I'd say, is like getting all the systems right and making sure that they all work well. And then it's like, it's kind of just fun after that, you know. Once I get more characters in and they've got dialogue systems and I've got a quest system and various other things, then it's just like, okay, let's add some items, let's add some quests, let's add some dialogue. You know, that's when it starts getting like, you know, what are you actually going to be doing in the game? But yeah, I'm pleased with everything that's in here. I'm pleased with. Well, I basically don't let myself, because I put so much time and effort in, like I don't let myself sort of say, okay, you know, we're going to give up on that, or that's good enough or anything. Like, I kind of want to make sure that everything is, I'm 100% happy with it before I move on to the next thing. There's still so much to do. God, there's so much to do. But it's getting there. It's starting to feel a bit more like a world as well. Like, I don't know. Every little thing that you add is, it just helps it, you know, that just that little bit. I suppose it's like decorating a house or something, you know. It's like if you just buy one picture and you put it in an empty house, it's like, it doesn't really make it feel like a home. But you know, you keep doing that and doing it over the years, and you know, at some point you're like, oh wow, this actually feels complete. Yeah, it is a lot like that. But yeah, I really like what's here. I just think it's got so much potential. And I think this is the hard part, is getting like getting like a good template, a good place to start that you're happy with. Okay, she's still a little glitchy if you jump onto a wall for some reason. She's alright now. Look at our little caves. I can make these as big as I want as well, which is nice. I'm going to do a lot of like underground puzzles, little tombs to explore and stuff. This is just a sort of proof of concept, but I do need to fix the camera, because if your camera gets too close to a wall, it sort of breaks the illusion and you can see right through everything. So I need to fix that as well. But it's getting there, you know. It has its moments. You can sort of really see the potential. Yeah, so I'm trying to think. So the first thing I do is need to make the cooking pot interactable so that we can cook, and then we need a screen that shows the all of the things that can be cooked, and then like in Genshin where it shows you the things that you have the ingredients for first and then things that you don't have ingredients for second, that are kind of ghosted out a little bit. Yeah, I want to replicate that. So that should be a bit of a mission. And then the little cooking mini game will show up after that. I forgot about the light. Man, it's raining a lot today in the game. Is it supposed to be raining right now? Or did I break something? Did I break the rain effect? It's hard to tell. Moon looks a bit dodgy. We need to add some glow to the moon as well. The moon needs some work. And we're back at the campfire. Oh, it looks really nice at night time as well. So yeah, this is like where I have the girls sat around the campfire. Like I can already see the potential. It's gonna feel really good. You got the little cabin in the background. That's gonna be great. I can't wait. Alright, well, no one's gonna do it for me. We need to get this done. So, first things first. We're on canvas for our UI. Ugh, if I can find it. So many things in here now. UI. Canvas weather. It's not in there. Canvas, here we go. Game settings, tree chopping, button prompts, all these things. We need to make a new one. Now what I'll probably do, our backpack system is really good and it's really fleshed out. Although we wouldn't have items. Or we could show how many, actually that might not be a bad idea actually. Because if we use the backpack system as a template, because I spent a lot of time on that, and then just build it off of that. What we could do is show, like, let's say you want to make Girl Scout cookies. We could show in here how many you already have, which is, I think, quite nice. Because you might go in here and think, oh shit, I need some Girl Scout cookies. And then you might see that you already have some and be like, oh, I guess I don't need to cook some more. Glee lurk. Hoggers. Thank you for the lurk. Yeah, I think this is a good... We can always scrap it if it doesn't work. I think it's good to use the backpack system. So I'm going to duplicate the backpack system and call this cooking. Don't need to shout. And we'll give it a feel of its own. Yeah, so this is quite nice because when you hover over an item that you've got in your backpack, it shows you a close-up of the item, 3D model, and it gives you a description. I want to reverse the sides on this so that cooking, they show up on the left and then you see the juicy thing on the right. Just so that it doesn't look too much like it was cloned from this one. Not that it really matters. But you know, I just think it look better. So here we have the word backpack, so we just want to kind of reverse these. So we'll put our cooking. Do I turn off minimap? I probably would turn the minimap off. Items container selected. Okay, so this is the helpful information about what you're doing. Put that on the right this time, I think. Image backpack, that's the background, I think. Yeah, that's the background. So we're going to have a cooking type image for this one. So maybe a picture of the cooking pot or something like that. Wait, what's that? Image triangle. These are the button prompts. Items container, there we go. These want to go over here. Alright. I kind of like the idea of the title still being over there though. So what I might do, it's probably not as much to cook anywhere. I might get rid of this bottom row, push this down, and then move that over there. So just do 3 rows maybe. Yeah, I'll do 3 rows for this one. Push that down. Get our backpack title. If it'll let me select it, it won't. God damn it, where is it? Game settings. I'm in the wrong thing, right? This is what I need to look at. Items container. Selected. Image backpack. Where is that title? Image backpack. Oh, I think it's part of selected. That's why. Is it? No, it's not. I literally have lost it. I can't find it. Where the hell is that? Oh, it is image backpack. I thought image backpack was the picture of the backpack because that's kind of what it sounds like, but it's actually the text. Alright, so we'll put our cooking text there. Now, was I a good boy? And did I save my Photoshop file for the text so that I can keep the UI consistent? I freaking hope so. Backpack header. I don't see any Photoshop files in here. UI backpack. It's very naughty of me. Inventory. Oh yes, I did. There it is. Thank God. Because otherwise I won't remember what fonts I used and everything else, and it's a pain trying to match the look and feel. So I am getting better at this kind of thing. Ew, having said that, it doesn't have the text in it. Oh, no. Okay, so this time we want to get rid of... Why can I see the backpack still? I'll have to get rid of that because it has that cut out. Right, so the cooking pot that I made, I need to get that rendered out somehow. Thank you for the follow. Where is my cooking pot? Good question. Camp clock. That's my bird. That actually wants to be in as part of the camp. Okay, here we go. Props. Scout camp. Cooking pot. There it is. So now I need a picture of the cooking pot. But actually, you know what might be better, rather than risk ruining everything, if I make a new scene. Just make sure that's empty is fine, and then bring the cooking pot in to an empty scene. So I just need an image of it. It doesn't have all the same textures that we gave it. No, what am I talking about? It actually does. Yeah, that's been resized and everything because it was clipping through that, and also this was like a light grey and we turned it black. I think it's just because the lighting's bad because it's an empty scene, so we can't see the wood effect very well. So we could bring a light in. Light. Yeah, there you go. That looks much better. Yeah, that's why, because we didn't have a light, so we couldn't see shit. Yeah, because I said empty scene, so I didn't even bring a light in with me. Okay, and then if I get rid of the skybox, so we need a camera, solid color. Gotta be careful. I like to do black because sometimes you get nice black outlines, but there's a lot of dark colors in that cooking pot, so then it could bleed in. So let me just go for like a dark brown, I guess. Yeah, that's gonna blend in with that though, isn't it? I used to do everything green, right? Because it's like green screen. You want to get rid of the green screen, you just get rid of the green screen. Yay, problem solved. But that can cause, because of anti-aliasing, what tends to happen is you end up with this green fucking outliney glow to everything, and it looks like shit. Yeah, okay, I mean, I know I'm right about that. So what I'll do is I'm going to make it black and just hope that nothing's pure black in this. It shouldn't be. And then we should get a better outline off it when we put it into Photoshop. Why can't I get this? There we go. This way. There we go. It's backwards from my orientation. Okay. Show me the camera. There we go. Yeah, that looks alright, I guess. Yeah, that should be alright. So maximize that. Go snipping clips. Grab that. Ah, thank you for the bit. Hello, how are you? So if we paste this in and then do a magic wand of 0, hopefully. Yay! Okay, we missed a bit. Yeah, the lighting's still terrible, but actually that looks better than I thought it would, because it kind of looks like it's going to kind of look like it's sat there in the woods, right? Which is pretty cool. But it needs to be bigger, I think. Yeah, it needs to be bigger. How am I going to make it bigger? Because we're already filling most of the frame. Try and fill a little bit more, I guess. It's kind of hard for me to see what's happening. Ooh. You need to move the camera up a tiny bit, not down. There we go. Okay, that's as big as I can get it. Can't really go any bigger. But yeah, we could just scale it up, I guess, but sometimes it looks like crap. Is that supposed to be? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that looks even better. Let's get rid of that line. Of course, I'm overthinking it, right? Because wouldn't it look better? It would probably look better if it was like a close-up of the pot looking down, and then it doesn't matter that the whole thing's not in frame, right? I think that would look better. Okay, well, this is why, you know, we experiment, we iterate through things. Redeem to hydrate. You're right. You are so right. I always forget. Oh. I need to get a new drink, actually. That one's a bit warm. Need to go downstairs and actually get one. But we'll do this first. Yeah, so I'm going to get closer to it and then look at it, you know, like as if you were like maybe hovering over it to start doing some cooking. Yay. I think this is going to look much better. Yeah, I think this should look much better. Wait, what? What happened? Did I maximize the editor? What did I do? Yeah, I think I did. Like an idiot. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, I think something like this looks a lot better. Maybe we're a little too close, though. We'll pull back out a little bit. Okay, we'll just do the field of view. Yeah, we'll make that work, I think. And maximize that. Seems to be at a weird angle as well, right? It might be okay, but... Okay, I'm gonna go with that. Ooh, we're way too close now. Oh my god, everything looks weird. I hate these camera controls. Why does it look so bad? No! What is this? What is happening? Oh, actually, that could look interesting. So it's like, oh, I actually quite like that. But it's the problem is it kind of starts to look a bit, you know, geometry. I know what I mean. When you get too close, so I don't want to get. I kind of don't want to get too close, but that angle's pretty cool actually. And like if it's like half cut off or something, I think that's pretty cool. Alright, let's try that. Oh, I did it again. Maximize the game, you idiot. Yeah, I quite like that. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. 15 bits, thank you, thank you. Alright. I don't have an artistic bone in my body, but we do what we can. We do what we can. Yeah, I wish I could make it bigger though. It's like... Okay, chop those little edges off. Yeah, it only looks good if it's... See, that's the issue, isn't it, right? Is if you like put it like that, it kind of looks like it's hanging from the corner of the screen, which just looks weird. Weird. Okay, so I think all I need to do is somehow extend this up here. So I'm gonna try my best. I should be able to do that. Because our text's gonna cover most of it anyway, so it probably shouldn't look too bad actually. Let's go and grab that. Free transform it, maybe. Because that's gonna make it go to weird. How the hell am I gonna do this? I don't know. Because it's at a weird angle, so I can't... Would I need to... No, because if I rotate it rotates the whole... Can I not rotate my selection so that it grows... Huh. Not really. Okay, I've got a good idea. I'll cheat. What I'll do is I'll just feather that out a bit. So it like just kind of fades out. There we go. Well, I think it still looks kind of weird. I need that AI thing that does that in painting. It's really good at doing stuff like that. Alright, I'm just gonna have to like wing it. Alright, what I'm gonna do is draw the lines or whatever, because it's not really that complicated. It's only a bunch of lines, right? So surely if I just make a new layer, draw a little rectangle, rotate it. It probably won't let me because it's going to say there's no pixels. Shut up. So then how am I... I hate Photoshop. Then how am I supposed to rotate my selection box then? I hate Photoshop for this reason. Like, just let me rotate my selection so that I can then draw a rectangle at the right angle. But it won't fucking let me do that. It won't even transform now. Now it will, but then it's going to do that just to be an annoying piece of shit. But then I could delete that and then... No, I can't. What? I thought it would let me delete it and then draw that selection, but it doesn't. Oh, Photoshop, you're so stupid sometimes, you know. You're yeah, thank you for the bits. How are you doing, by the way? Sorry, I'm not talking to chat. I'm trying to figure out how to do these stupid things, and I always struggle with Photoshop. Yeah, but then even then I lose my selection. It's like, how are you meant to do this? It's so silly. Why are you torturing me, Adobe? Adobe always tortures me. Is there not a way... Because ironically, I could get a bigger screenshot from that, like render a bigger screen from it, if if I was running, if I had a better resolution screen, basically, which I don't have. I also kind of wish there was something in there so that it looked funny. That would be funny. I think the problem is the angle that it's at as well, right? Is it's like, looks like it's about to fall over. But yeah, there's the problem, is like if you make it straight, then obviously because of the vanishing point it goes like up the center of the screen, which is going to get hidden by the UI. I don't really know what the solution is. Straight up a little bit, I guess. Right, I was trying to avoid this, but I think the only way to do this is to actually use software that's meant to do this. And I was being lazy, I didn't really want to do it. I'm gonna have to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. If I go back to Sketchfab, I need to get that cooking pot downloadable, which is this one. Download it as an FBX. There we go. I'll put FBX on there. Alright, then I should be able to... Shut up. Open. Downloads, where's my downloads? They don't give me a link to my downloads, god damn it. Oh yes they do, there it is. It's an FBX. What are you talking about? What? It's an FBX. Can we download it as an object? No. God damn it. We could try 3D Exchange 7. Ah, there you go. It likes it in 7 for some reason. Must have been a newer FBX format or something. Hurry up! This is taking way too long to get a stupid image of a cooking pot just for the UI. Oh, why? Oh. Now I'm just trashing the place in protest. I have way too many bottles up there. It's because I vape, right? So, and I mix my own vapes. So every month or so, it's about every 6 weeks, I get a full bottle of this, which is the no nicotine vape, and I get 8 of the little bottles which have like 20 milligrams in, but I vape at about 10 milligrams. So what I do is I like mix half and half, so I get a berry and a vanilla because I think it's a nice combo, and I mix them all up. But I have all these bottles left over from my previous mixing, and I should really throw some of them out. It's not like I'm going to use them again. Yes, you know what? I think I will hydrate, but I'm going to go and make a new drink. I'm going to go get myself a Pepsi because it's delicious. So I will be right back. Do I still have my Be Right Back screen? I used to have a Be Right Back screen. I don't know if I've got it on this one, because I was using ChatGPT. Oh my god, don't you dare crash. It won't crash, it'll be fine. Alright, I'm gonna go and make a drink and I will be right back. Oh no! Where are my textures? They don't look like my textures. It's alright, we can texture it. Oh, our summer is long gone. It's starting to get a little bit nippy. Very dark. Very wintry. Perfect weather to sit in and make video games. I guess. It is easier because when it's really bright and sunny, first of all, I hate getting too hot. It's hard to work when I'm hot and sweaty. And also, like, you get like the sun glaring on the screen, makes it hard to see. I think I do prefer winters actually. For sitting in and working anyway. Right. I'm hoping these have materials. Yeah, we've got a material there called cooking pot. So that one wants to be like almost black. We can decide how shiny we want it. I think that's about right. Let's see. I hate this new system. Well, I can put it in the old system, traditional. There we go. But then I've got... There we go. Specular and glossiness. Usually... I ain't doing shit. It normally makes it shiny. It ain't doing shit. Oh, it's because my specular colour's down, that's why. There we go. Whoa, that's way too shiny. A little bit of shine, not too much. Because it wants to look like it's metal, right? So there we go. Summer, you! Ah, yes. I was born in the summer as well. I was born in the summer! Like, actually, I was born on the longest... Well, it's different every year, but most years, the longest day of the year with the most sunlight is on my birthday. And if it's not, it's normally like a day before or a day after, but it's, you know, it's slightly different each year, but it's quite often on my birthday. So you would think, being a summer baby, that I would like summers, but yeah. It's like if I had a choice in living in like a really hot country with tropical beaches and stuff, or living in like some snowy mountains, I would probably pick the snowy mountains because I just struggle in hot weather. I really do. I really do. So yeah. Not what you would expect from a summer baby, I guess, but it is what it is. Alright, we got our wood. There you go. Looking good. And that's basically it, but now it's just like, you know, sticking it wherever we want to stick it. So we can be artistic now, right? We can be like, ooh, well. I think that looks pretty good. Something like that. And then we can render that out at the correct size. So if we go to image, 1920 by 1080, that's exactly what we want. Final render. I should probably put it in my project folder so that I don't lose it. Ugh, got too many project folders. Okay. Assets. UI. Cooking. Do we need to make a cooking? We probably should do. Make a cooking folder. Keep it all organized. Alright, and this is left pot, I guess. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. That's much better. See, when you put the time in, it all pays. It was much better than this piece of shit. Look at that. It's disgusting. What do I want color-wise? Oh, look at that. Look at how much better that looks. Oh my god, it looks so good. Okay, let's not get perverted over a pot, okay? Think times ain't that hard. And we even got a nice little shadow from the pot, look. That's lovely, that. I think it wants to be a little bit more this way, though. We don't want it hugging the edge of the screen too much. And for reference, if we look at our UI, we can sort of get a sense of where it's going to show up, right? Oh, we're in the wrong scene now. We made a new scene, so we don't need that anymore. That was completely useless to us. World. Don't save. But yeah, we're going to have the word cooking here, and then we have our items come up over here. So I think that should be okay. I don't know if I want to change the background. We can see. I quite like that one, but then we did use that on the other one. But what I did is I did some stable diffusion. So I'm all about trying different things. So we'll see what it comes up with. Let's just see what stable diffusion gives us. This one's weird. I have to type web UI user. Where's the other one I was using? Just said run. I can rename that though. Yeah, so I asked Stable Diffusion just to make me some like camping images or something like that. So this time I might say, you know, cooking camping images and see what it gives me. See if there's something else we can use. And if not, we'll just use that one. Alright, so cooking at camp stylized. See what we get. I used this for my college project last night because they wanted us to demonstrate the use of colour in images and whatnot. And so I got it to do me a film noir like a film noir black and white image of a woman running down a dark alleyway. Now in my mind I was thinking it was going to be really gritty, and it came up with all this stuff which like kind of looks a bit more, you know, not as gritty as I would have liked, but you know, it did the job. But then we went and added some colours and whatnot. So I guess we're done with that now. I was born in summer, still very ew. That's hilarious. We were both born in the summer, we both hate the summer. Well, I wonder if people born in the winter love the summer. That would be interesting. I would be interested to find out if there is a correlation. Probably not. Right, it's still thinking about it. Oh, wait. Oh, is it put it under a new date? It's put it under a new date. What? I said stylized. These aren't stylized. These are fake photos. These are hilarious. I said stylized. You saw me say stylized, right? What the hell is this? These are like realistic. I want this. Are we using, yeah, we're using Open Journey, and I said stylized. Okay, let me just stop this a sec. Stop! No, I didn't mean to hit generate again. Okay, sometimes if I put style, I need to put like stylized. Is it stylized with an S or Z? I always forget how it's spelled. I think it's with an S. Ah, maybe it's with Z. Maybe that's why I didn't like it. Stylized style. Bitch. I'll add I won't say bitch just yet. No, because if I say stylized bitch, it'll give me probably some internet fake floozies or something. Yeah, it'll give me like fake hot tub streamers. Who knows? I mean, it's been trained on all kinds of things from the internet. I mean, no, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is like psychopathic. If it's imagine if you only ever learn things from the internet, how. Why aren't these stylized? Like, that looks delicious, don't get me wrong. That actually looks amazing. It's crazy, isn't it? That doesn't even really exist. Could do some chicken in there though. It looks like it's lacking the chicken. I said stylized! Why are you giving me photographic craziness? This is not what I'm asking for at all. This thing is broken. It's broken. Stylized style. Toon stylized style. How about that? I mean, I don't want too toon though. I don't want it like Garfield or something. 1 trillion results for stylized page. I'm gonna put it. I have to do it now. Once we've done our little cooking at camp. Oh my god. Show me. Show me. Show me. What is this? What is this? And how many thumbs has he got? He's got like 15. Oh, it's a she. She's got like 15 thumbs. Is she crying? I think she's crying. And this guy's insane. Look at him. This guy's ready for a fight. He's like, I asked for peas and I got beans. He's like, he's ready to fisticuffs. He's absolutely lost it. He has. I think, yeah, he's lost it. See, I knew putting toon would ruin everything. Oh, seriously, this thing used to work really well. Okay, let me try starting with the word stylized. It's because I'm streaming, so it looks everything goes wrong as soon as you start streaming, you know. Right, okay. Stylized, if I could spell. Stylized background of cooking at camp. For cooking camp. Let's try that. Right, this is my last attempt. This is my last attempt. If we get jargon this time, I give up. I feel like something's set wrong in here. These are the worst results I've ever seen. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting something a bit more. I mean, it's still a bit, but it's a little closer to what we want. Why are we living with the wigwam? We got wigwam. Oh, these are tents. I thought they were wigwams. We got OMR. Wigwam, thank you, ma'am. Oh, this is pretty. No, that's pretty cute. I like that. That's pretty cute, actually. Show me. I like the way they built their kitchen underneath an apple tree. That's very convenient. So whenever they want to make cider or apple pie, you know, they just wait for one to land on their head. It'd be very painful, I would think. The picture reminds me of Mario World. Yeah. I like it though. I think it's pretty good. I don't think I'm going to use it for my UI, but I'm just curious what it comes up with. Sometimes, like I said, that's how I got this one. That's exactly how I got this one, which I think looks really good. I added a lot of like effects over it and stuff. Like the original image looks like that, I guess. And I added some effects and grayness over it, but took some of the saturation out. But I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, some of these are pretty good actually. Oh, I like this one. Yeah, this one's pretty good. So let's see what it looks like. So if we take the image, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. We'd have to crop it, because otherwise it's going to look stretched, isn't it? So we'd have to blow it up to like this kind of proportion, which is when things start to look a bit ropey. I guess the only other way we could do it is if we could blow it up on this side and then sort of feather that out a bit. Probably better if we did that. It's not bad. I think it's a little too colourful still. So if we take the original image, take some of the saturation out. It's a bit more subtle then. Yeah, that's alright actually. Alright, we'll go with that for now. So cooking, and we'll do background. Go back to our project. That thing is still making images, by the way. Let's see what it's... Okay, you're done. Stop. Stop! Stop! Alright, so there's our UI. Probably better if we see it like this. Okay. Oh my god, I've got to find canvas again now. UI, canvas, cooking. There we go. And our background is, I forget, image backpack? No, that's the text. I need to change that. Where's the background? It might actually be just on here. Yes, it is. Okay, so if we called it background. We should have called it cooking background so I knew what it was. Ah, that's actually a good point. Otherwise it's going to be hard to find. There we go, clicking background. And then go back to my... There we go. Oh yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, you imagine your dish showing up here, right? And then we've got our recipes that show up here. And now we just need to change this backpack to say cooking. Now I don't know if I kept the Photoshop. I'm supposed to do this. But then sometimes I forget. UI volume on title 2. Where was that? UI log header. Oh no! I don't think I did. Backpack handbook controls notify reticle settings on title composition. No, that's for the main title. It's very naughty of me. Okay, but this shows me the font at least, so... What was the font? Swiss. Substitution will occur. Okay, so we don't have the font on our system right now. Ooh. I think I should have them in the project though. Yeah, the new Windows 11 install since probably I was doing all this. discounts. Oh no. I should have a fonts folder. Do I not? Probably just sat in here then. Yeah, there's 2 true type fonts there. But I probably should put those in fonts. And then we can manage those better. Any more fonts? Render texture, I don't think so. Okay, so come out of that. And then install these. It wasn't that one. I don't even think it was that one. Shit. Does it tell me what the font name was at least, so I can put it back on my system? Yeah, so it's looking for Swiss 721BT. Do I not have that? I do have a pack of fonts on here somewhere. Let me just have a look. But I thought I'd already installed those. Swiss. Yeah, this one doesn't have the Swiss font on it. Shit. Swiss 721BT. Guess we gotta go and download it. And we'll put this in our game files as well, so we don't ever lose it again. Yeah, that's a nice font actually. I do like that one. Okay, so now when we load this, has it found it? No. Why do you hate me so? You know what? Okay, let's load the backpack text as a PNG or whatever, just so that I've got something to refer to. That's way too big. Large. Show me the text. That's my animation. There it is. Backpack. I don't think... No, that's not that font at all. I don't even know what font that is. That's probably word art or something. I don't know. Why do I do this? I'm such an idiot. I should have saved the Photoshop or whatever. Unless that did come from word art, then I guess there was probably nothing to save. But now I've got to find what the hell that was in word art. Not word art. Cool text, which is kind of like word art. But it's online. Ah, man, I got to try and find this now. Could be any of these. It looks like maybe I started with something like that. I don't know. Maybe. Always save, even if you don't save your Photoshop files, save your workflow, even if you just write it down on a text file, which is what I should have done. Right, so I know it's not that font. Yeah, this looks like that kind of effect though, and then we probably added like some border to it, but it's not this font and it's not italic, so it's probably... It's something like a bubbly... yeah, maybe bubbly is going to bring it up. Let me see anything that looks like that. Pleasantly plump, that's all capitals, I think. Yeah, it's not pleasantly, but it's... We're in the right area, though. It could be casual or flubber or something like that. Vanilla? Might be vanilla, actually. No, it looks thicker than vanilla. I think it might be casual. Let's try casual. Yeah, it's not quite casual because the air looks different and stuff, but that is pretty close to what it is. So let's go back to bubbly. Flubber. No, it's too wiggly, but it's, again, it is kind of close. Yeah, we are sort of in the right area, but it's neither of those. Where's bubbly, 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 bubbly? It's not casual. Is it? Could it be vanilla? Oh, I think it is. It is! We found it! It's vanilla. We found it. Yay! Okay. Cooking! Oh, yes. Beautiful. That looks so good. Okay. Make it. Download it. Open it. Right. We want a green. Get that green. Give me that green. Give me that green. Give me that goddamn green. Right. Right. Make the canvas bigger so we've got some room to work with. Where's some canvas? Canvas size. 777 by 222. Meep. Beautiful. Alright, now let's go to blending options. Stroke. That colour that we picked. It won't let me. Wait. There we go. Yeah, that looks about right, actually. Maybe 2 even. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much on the money right there. So there's our cooking text. So we can, yeah, we need it. We need to be careful here. Don't crop anything out. Just crop it there, I guess. Oh, it's got feather on still. Now I've got that stupid song in my head. Born in the USA. Because I talked about being born in the summer. Born in the U- I don't even like that song. Sometimes songs you don't like get stuck in your head and it's very annoying. Yum, 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 yum. Documents. I wish you would remember where I was working so I don't have to like traverse my entire hard drive every time I want to save a new fucking image. Stupid piece of shit. It's like, jeez. What if it was 100 folders deep? I mean, it's not far off. Piece of shit. Alright, okay. So this one is, well, I guess let's just call it cooking. Yeah, I'll call it cooking level. I don't know. It's good enough. Alright, back to our projects. So this one is image backpack on here, which we'll obviously call it. Cooking. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Cooking. Ah, yes, cooking. Okay, so programmatically, which is a word I just made up. No, I think it is a word, but it's a weird word. Okay, there's our backpack script. Selected slot. So it's going to work mostly the same with some major differences. So the first major difference is we only have 3 rows instead of 4. Oh, don't use backpack. Yeah, so I guess the first thing we need to do is find our backpack script actually. Duplicate it and call it cooking, because when we edit the code for this we don't want to destroy backpack in the process. Now we're going to get errors all over the place here. it won't let me change the script and keep the component properties. Okay, there is a way. So what we do is we drag the script onto the object. Actually, I don't know if this will work because it is a different script. I suppose we could just copy the values, and I bet it's put it at the bottom, hasn't it? No, it hasn't actually done it. Oh, it's because it's got errors. Okay, we've got to fix the errors. So the main error will be the fact that it's called backpack. We renamed it to cooking. So if you change the public class name, that should go away. Hello? Hello? Today would be good. Oh, jolly good. Yes. Now will you let me put it on? Yay! Okay, let's see if this works. I don't know. I don't actually know if this is going to work or not. Normally, if you copy a component, you can paste its properties. Yeah, you see that there? Paste component values. That would normally be an option. But I think because it's a different script, it doesn't work. I was hoping it would work off variable names though, which it could, but apparently it doesn't. Yeah, no, it doesn't, which is a shame. Because that would save us a lot of time. But hey, it is what it is. So I guess now it's a pain in the bum. We're just gonna have to copy the values over off the other one. Now there's a way to make, I gotta try and remember how to do this now. There's a way to make a new panel, add tab, inspector. There it is. Put it there. There we go. And then, because we're on cooking and cooking, we can scroll. Feck off! Yeah, there we go. That's our cooking script and that's our backpack script. So we want to take the values from here and copy them over to here. So 1.1 is still correct. Item management should be item management. Do we use item management? Yeah, we will, because we need to query the items in item management so we can find out about recipes and stuff. Yeah, so that will be the same. Input asset is always going to be the same. It's going to be starter assets. Minimap is our minimap. Nav marker is canvas waypoint. Item name back off. Back on, border off, border on. So these are the colors that the UI will use for whether things are active or inactive. So for now, I'll kind of just somewhat mirror what those are, and we can tweak them later. I'm not going to worry about it too much yet. Yeah, I'll kind of just make them similar to what they are in the in the original. Close enough. Image cross, text cross, caution box. Yeah, these are all UI related, so I think I still want them in. Oh shit, I've got like 5,000 image crosses. How do I know which one it is? Good question. Well, apparently it's that one on the other one, so we'll just copy what's over here for now. Caution box. Okay, health. Health should be health. Okay, item types is item types from item types. Yep, okay. Sadie pockets. I don't even remember. Sadie pockets? What the hell is that? There's two Sadie pockets apparently. Selected. money player, money camp, and then P coins and C coins. Okay, so yeah, I mean some of these functions we won't need for cooking, because like in our backpack, right, we were able to receive money, spend money, receive camp funds, spend camp funds, various shit like that, which is why we show like camp funds and player funds. For cooking, we don't actually need to worry about any of that shit because it doesn't cost money to cook, and you can't sell food through the cooking system. So yeah, to be fair, we can actually ditch some of these, like player icon, player coin, text money player. Those can go. And coin camp, camp icon, text money. Yeah, so this is currency basically. We don't need to worry about currency for cooking. Yeah, we might get some errors though. Yeah, we want to remove the backpack script now as well from there. And then similarly, some of those things, like I said, I'm not going to need them for this. So we don't need P coins, so we don't need any of those. I'm not sure what Sadie Pockets is. What is Pockets? Sadie Pockets set active to false. I don't know what that is. Now you might be thinking, you big dumb, you're the one who made it. How do you not know what it is? But this was like months ago. I'm sure it does something important, but off the top of my head, I can't remember what it is. Okay, yeah, I think everything else looks good for now. Okay, so the first thing we need to do that works differently is at the moment, backpack obviously pulls everything from your backpack and shows you what items you own. So if we run this now, it should just show us the backpack items. But this one wants to do something different. That's Sadie Pockets. Yeah, she's opening her pockets up to show that she has nothing. I remember now. Yeah, that's Sadie Pockets. Showing that she's got empty pockets. Right, I remember now. Okay, I just got my 4th E6 character in Honkai Star Rail. Really? Who? I got Asta really early when I was pulling for Silverwolf. And I got Pella this time, pulling for Feng Shui, Fushang, whatever her name is. Fufu. Fufu. I'm going to call her Fufu from now on. That's adorable. Isn't there another character that's up as well, though? There's Lynx. Whoever the other character is. No, it's Astra again. Yeah, so those are literally the only ones I've got, I think. Yeah, Pella I've now got an E6. I've never used her. Congrats. I'm kind of jealous, actually. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing about the next banners either. Like, I could use both of them, but like, I'm not a millionaire, so... But I could do with a good cryo unit, and I could do with a good pyro unit, because I don't have either. But I can't... I doubt I can get both, so we'll have to see. I'll just see what happens. I'll leave it to the RNGs as Jesus. What's the plural of Jesus? Jesuses. Jesusies. Jeezi. Okay, yeah, that didn't do what I expected it to do. It's telling me that I own nothing, which shouldn't be true. So that's interesting. I didn't expect it to do that. Whereas backpack should show me... Oh, you know what it might be? It might be that the game data didn't load. No, it wasn't. It literally is saying... Oh, there's an index out of range, though. Oh, yeah, we made 3 rows instead of 4, didn't we? Oh, I've broken everything. Yeah, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. Okay, so the first place it breaks is line 63. So let's see what that is. So 63, if sort mode is 0, then sort new. Okay, so 63 is calling sort new. Oh my god. Okay, sort new, clears the inventory. While index is less than item manager inventory count, inventory copy, add item manager index, apply filter, inv copy reverse, clear grid, draw start. Oh my god, I've forgotten how complicated this is. Oh! To be fair though, we don't want to do any of that in this one anyway, so we need to just back up for a sec and not worry about this yet. Yeah, this thing is going to be completely different. So I think that would be a fool's errand trying to fix that right now. Make sure my backpack still works. I'm worried now. It should do. Time to build Pella. Nah, I don't think I would use Pella. I don't like Pella. She reminds me of Sucrose. It's not my style. I'd rather just wait for somebody I would enjoy. So I like the look of the new cryo unit, so I'll probably try to get her. But if I don't get her, because I don't know what order they're in. There's also the flame unit with the little piggy thing. I like the look of her as well. So my plan is just to see which one I end up with. I should end up with at least one of them. But we'll have to leave it to RNGs. And then whoever we get, we build them, I guess. But yeah, I do like both of them actually. But I can't do both. We'll have to see what happens. Backpack. Yes, backpack still works. That's the good news. Good. It is great, my backpack. It took me a long time to make this. It wants to be good. Yeah, it took me quite a long time to make this. Okay, so whatever happens, our backpack is good, I think. Right. So let me think about this. Okay, the first thing we need to do for cooking is generate a list from our item management database of everything that is a cookable item, right? That's the first thing we need to do. So I actually feel like I might be better off just completely obliterating this code and just starting from scratch, because there's going to be too many things that are different. So at the moment, all we do on start, well, we used to do add test items. We don't do that anymore. But it's an on enable. Yeah, thinking about it though, the item database is never going to change, so we could do ours on start actually. Which does make this slightly easier to debug. Because what we can do, right, is rename this from onEnable to something else, onEnable renamed, and now it won't call that onEnable. So instead what we can do is on start we can say build cookables, I'll call it. Cookable, I like that, cookables. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is build cookables, so let's make the build cookables. Time to build pellet. Oh yeah, I already read that one. Build. Now I've got to build. I'm too busy building my cookables. Alright, so we have a link to item management, so let's just have a quick look at that. So there's item management, which is our item management database. Item DB. Now, if I remember correctly, when we run this thing dynamically generates itself based off object hierarchies, but let me just test that because I need to know. I think it does. I think I set it up that way. Yeah, 20 items in the database. It found all of the items from the hierarchy, so that's beautiful. So that lets me see what we need to query, right? So we need to query the item database. Let's just drag that out a little bit. Try and work in as much space as we can. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to do an int index equals 0 while index is less than item management dot item database. Wait, that's our class, not our object. There we go. Item management dot item database dot count. Iterate through all of these items, and upon iteration we are going to query to see whether the item is cookable, and if it is, we're going to add it to a cookable items list. If not, we just ignore it. So the first thing we're going to need is a cookable items list, which we don't currently have. Item management list, item rows in production. Okay. So I'm going to have a public list of, I don't know whether it'll be obtainable items. Now this is where things, okay, this is the first question I need to ask myself. Do I want to store the recipe for a cookable item in obtainable items class, or do we need a separate class for it? Okay, I think we need a separate class for it. Yeah, we need a recipe class. So what we should really be doing here is building recipes. Okay, so let's make a recipe class. So we'll keep it under item management and call it recipes. And I want to call it food recipes. Okay, so what do we need for food recipes? Well, not much actually. First thing we're going to need to do is link an obtainable item. So an obtainable item class of I'll call it food result, right? So the food result is chocolate when we mix milk and blah blah, you know, whatever. So I'll call it food result. So the food result is the item that this recipe will make. So we link our obtainable item to that. And then we're going to need a list of ingredients. Now at the moment, ingredients really are just obtainable items, right? Because any ingredient is obtainable. So we have a list of ingredients. And sometimes we might want different amounts of ingredients. It makes sense that we probably should. So we can't just store obtainable items then, can we? Shit. So I think I'm going to need an ingredient class. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We need an ingredient class as well. The reason why is we're gonna sometimes have different amounts of obtainable items for a recipe, right? So you might say you need 3 eggs and 1 milk, right? So you can't, I mean, you could just put egg in 3 times, I guess, into the list of ingredients. Let me think about this. What's the difference? Because I'm trying to think of how it's going to work mechanically, but that kind of messes up my mechanics. I don't know, actually, that might be kind of fun. So if we did it by adding 3 eggs, let's say the recipe is 3 eggs and 2 flour and 1 water, then we have 6 inputs for the minigame. And if egg is 1 button press, and then that, I suppose it does work like a rhythm game, which is kind of what I'm going for. That might actually be better, actually, now that I think about it. In which case we don't need ingredient, because we'll just add the thing that we need as many times as we need to add it. And then the player has to actually add it that many times. Yeah, I think that might be better, actually. I think it'd be more fun. Because I'm just imagining, like, you know, you're cracking your 3 eggs in and you add this and you're pressing different buttons to do it. I think that would feel quite fun, actually. Yeah, okay. I think that is a better way of doing it, actually. Just because it's more fun to play like that. Okay, let me just find the ingredient class that I just made so I can delete it, so we don't end up with redundant scripts. Okay. Recipes. Where's recipes? There it is. Yeah, so okay, if it takes 3 eggs to make bread or whatever, right, then we'll just add egg into this list 3 times, and then when the mini game is figuring out what ingredients the player needs to add and in what order, it will. There's so many ways we can do this as well. We could actually shuffle the ingredients as well and give the mini game some variation. I'm gonna have to test these things. That could be kind of fun as well. So like the first time you make a cake, it's like egg, egg, flour, egg. And then the second time you make it, it's like flour, egg, egg, egg. And you're like, oh, that was different. That sounds like it might be kind of fun, actually. And even though the ingredients are the same, the order can shuffle because, you know, it just gives you a bit of gameplay variation. but if you get the ingredients wrong, you still fail the recipe. Oh my god, I think I'm liking this a lot. I think that sounds pretty good, actually. So maybe the order of the ingredients shouldn't matter, and we should shuffle the order of the ingredients because it's more fun that way. I think that would be fun, actually. So you might make a cookie one day, and it's like, you know, a completely different pattern to when you make it the next day or whatever. I think that actually is more fun because it keeps you on your toes, right? Because there's nothing, yeah, that's the thing as well, right? There's nothing worse than like you're playing some stupid game that makes you do the same pattern over and over and over again, and eventually your brain just switches off because your muscle memory just takes over and you're not even playing the game anymore. Your fingers are playing the game, your brain's not even engaged with the game because you're just so used to pressing the same buttons in the same order that you just do it on autopilot. But the nice thing about shuffling the ingredients for the cooking every single time is you kind of have to be paying attention. You can't do that. It can't go into your muscle memory because you'll be like, oh, well, I don't know what order the ingredients are going to be in this time. Like, I know what the ingredients are, but I don't know what order it's going to make me put them in. Which makes me think that maybe I should change the node placement as well, because I was going to make it so that the node placement was set per recipe. See, originally, my original idea was to take a set of ingredients, right? And then figure out what timings they should land on, and that would be set in stone as a recipe. So every time you make the same thing, you're doing the same action. But now that I thought about shuffling ingredients, and I do think that would be more fun and it would keep you on your toes and keep you more engaged with the game, now I'm thinking, well, what if, to add an extra layer to that, what if I also shuffle the nodes? So the nodes are going to be these little windows of timings that you have to press the button in. So if you think about a rhythm game, you know, like your Miku or whatever, that would be the times when you're supposed to press the buttons, right? You have to hit them and get them right. So originally those nodes were all going to be set based on the recipe that you were doing. But now, the more I think about it, the more I think, well, if I'm shuffling ingredients, it might be a good idea to shuffle those nodes as well. And that will really keep the player on their toes. Because not only do they not know when the ingredients are going to show up, but they also don't know what order the ingredients are going to be in. So you can't just kind of fall asleep at the wheel. You've got to be paying attention to do the mini game. So I think I prefer that because it's just more engaging for the player. I think that makes a much more engaging experience. Yeah, I like that. So basically, this should be all we need because we know what food it's going to make, and we know what ingredients we use, and based off that we know how many nodes we have to fill because we need one node per ingredient, end of story. So the rest of it is just going to be programming. So that keeps this really, really simple but really varied in the way we can do it. I really like this. I like this a lot. Holy shit. Okay, so I think that is all we need. Oh, I didn't, I'll call it recipe list. So basically we have a public container, a public object, list object called recipe list, which is a new list of the recipes that we just made, which is basically what is it going to make and how many of what do we need. And that's all it knows. But the cooking mini game is going to take that and it's going to surprise the player. And I like that a lot. Oh my god, I like that a lot. I'm so pleased. This is like, because when I first broke up with the idea, I was like, yeah, I was thinking about it last night actually, and I was like, okay, I don't want it to be identical to the wood chopping which is the way Genshin does it, because I already used Genshin's cooking system for wood chopping basically. And then I remembered some mini games that Genshin did like during events, and I was like, well, they were actually better than the main like mini game that you get in the main game. What if I did something like that? And it's kind of just branched out from there. But the more I keep equating it to like a rhythm game and thinking about adding some like random chants in there and stuff, the more fun I think this could be. And I'm really pleased that I made that decision, because I think it's gonna add a lot of replayability to it. And we can put some merit badges in there, you know what I mean? Like cook 50 things or whatever, cook 100 things. So even if you don't actually give a shit about, you know, raising money for the camp or whatever it is, you don't need healing items, and you don't have any other way to engage with the cooking system, then the merit badge hopefully will sort of force you into it. Okay, so build cookables. So we're cycling through items in the item DB, and what we're going to do is we're going to say if item management item DB at position index dot, and let's see where it's held. It's held I think it's just called item type. But wait, doesn't this link, this links the items, doesn't it? It's been a while since I've worked on this. Let's see what happens. I think it links item types. So then we'd need to query the item type itself. Yes, it does. So for chocolate, for example, which is a cookable ingredient, we need to query the actual obtainable item type. Okay, obtainable item. So what we actually need to do is say obtainable item get item is item management item database at position index, and then our query is on that. So we say if get item dot, is it item type? Yes, but it's a list. Okay, yes, this was clever of me, but it's also a pain in the ass. That's okay. So we just need to iterate through item types as well. So while index type is less than get item types dot count index type, iterate through those as well. And then the query is upon the item type iteration. So we say if item type, if get item dot item type right, first of all we need a reference to food item type. Okay, is the same as food item then our recipe list dot add, and here is where we need to add the recipe. So there's two things we need to do here. So the first thing we need to do is reference food item, which is easy. We make a public food item type which we call food item. at position index type, I forgot to put in there, is food item, then recipes add. Here is where we add the recipe. Now at the moment we don't have a link between the recipe and the food item, right? So that's what we need to do now. So here, what do you think about this? That's pulling in item types, food item type. So where do we store the recipe? I guess we would just add a recipe. Okay, I guess the best way to do this then is on anything that has a food item type, we should just add the recipe class to it. Right? So we already know that the food result is chocolate because we're on the chocolate obtainable item type. And then here is where we will set our ingredients for chocolate. So I don't know. We have milk, right? Yeah, milk. And there should be a cocoa powder. Yeah, okay, what I'm going to do for this one, because we're going to shuffle the recipes anyway, I'm going to give this one 4 ingredients, which is 2 milk and 2 cocoa powder, and then we'll be shuffling those, right? So depending on, you know, when you make it, you're going to have to add them in different orders. This is going to be really fun. I think this is going to be really cool. I'm really looking forward to this. Okay, now this is where things get a little bit hairy. Chocolate is the obtainable item, so we need to get the component of food recipe from the obtainable item. So the obtainable item is get item, right? No, that's get, or is that item type? Yeah, no, it is get item. Oh yeah, that's pretty easy then. So we say get item, but wait. The food recipe. Yeah, the food... Oh, okay, this is weird. So, really all we're doing is we're adding the item type. But we said we were making a list of recipes. But it has both classes, so doesn't it derive from the same game object? Because we inherit it as an obtainable item class, right? So would we just say recipe get list food recipes? Yeah, okay, so I suppose what we're doing is we're hard linking the component type of food recipes from the obtainable items class, right? Which is weird because like they're both actually part of the same game object. But I suppose Unity needs to know what class it comes from maybe, which is why you have to do it that way. It should work though, it should be fine, because it knows what class we're working with. Okay, that should be easy. Alright, that's pretty cool actually. Okay, so we can test that in a second, but the first thing we need to do is get all of our recipes. Is that a graph issue? Yeah. I just ignore it. So chocolate is a cookable item. Wheat is an ingredient. Water is an ingredient. Sugar is an ingredient. Mint. Oh, would we add sugar? Maybe we should add sugar. Well, sugar cube is the obtainable item, but I feel like you would need to do something to that to make it into sugar to then cook with it. So maybe maybe sugar should be a separate item. So you collect sugar cubes. Because I'm going to do this weird, don't ask. And it's like a weird sugar cube forest where like sugar cubes grow on trees basically, and then you collect the sugar cubes. Because if you think about it, right, in Genshin Impact, how do you get sugar? You collect them from sweet flowers. So it's kind of along those same veins. It's like, okay, I need a way for you to be able to farm sugar. So for me, it's going to be, because I don't want to do sweet flowers because Genshin did it. But I thought it could be pretty cool if we do like a snowy forest where it's not really snow, it's sugar. And so it's really sugar forest, but it looks snowy. And then all the trees have like sugar cubes, and then you've got to like farm sugar cubes off the trees. But I've got to make the distinction now. If you're picking up sugar cubes, I think you should have to put the sugar cubes through the cooking system to turn it into sugar, similarly to how you do chocolate. So chocolate is an ingredient, but you have to make it with milk and cocoa powder. And now I'm wondering if you should make it with sugar as well. I don't know, I'm just picturing if I can pull this off, right? And I don't see any reason why I can't. I genuinely think this is going to be a pretty fun experience. Like, because I love rhythm games, right? And I'm just thinking, holy shit, this could be really, really cool. Like, just going around the world. So I love exploration, right? So going around the world, farming all these ingredients, and then going back, and then you got to, like, do the little mini game, rhythm game to do the cooking. And then you can go and, like, you know, sell the stuff or eat it or whatever you want to do with it. I just think that sounds like a really fun, really cool loop, honestly. I think that sounds really cool. Yeah, and that's not even the main game. That's just like extra stuff, right? It's just like, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, more stuff for the mini game is probably good. So here's what I'm going to do then. So sugar cubes, I've said it's an ingredient item type. Yeah, I suppose it would be, but then we need a sugar that's just sugar, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a new ingredient type, which I'm going to call sugar, which is basically processed through cooking. So sugar is also an ingredient type. At the moment I don't have unique icons or images for them, so I'll just leave them as the sugar cube. Right, we don't have buy price. Well, we don't need to worry about buy price, sell price yet, because I haven't been trading yet. Okay, so basically sugar is set up exactly the same way as the sugar cube. It's still an ingredient. But no, sugar cube, okay, this is where it would become different, is we basically need to add a second item type to sugar cube. No, we don't, hang on. Yeah, I need to be careful here, I'm doing this wrong. No, we don't. Sugar is an ingredient type like chocolate, but it's also a food item. It's a cookable item, basically. Because basically you process the sugar cubes into sugar. So that's why this needs the two types. So then this now needs a recipe added to it. So the recipe for sugar is basically going to be 3 sugar cubes. So then in ingredients, so we know that this is going to make sugar. And then our obtainable item is sugar cube, sugar cube, sugar cube. This will be the easiest one to make because it's going to be the same button over and over again. But if we mix up the timings, it's still going to keep you on your toes a little bit. Oh man, I can't wait to try this, like when this is done. This might take me a bit longer than I thought though, but I think it's also going to be a lot better than I originally thought it was going to be. And for me, like that, you know when they say you have an epiphany? For me, the epiphany was when I was about to branch it out and say, okay, we need an ingredient class so we can define the quantities of the ingredients. But then my brain did this thing where it was like, well, hang on, let's just make sure that is the right move here. Because, like, how will doing it the other way affect gameplay? And then as soon as it clicked and I was like, well, wait a minute, if we add the individual things as individual items, then we can shuffle it and give some variation. And as soon as I drew that connection, I was like, wait a minute, what? I think that sounds awesome. I actually think that sounds really cool. See, Mahoyo, this is how you use RNG. Use RNG to surprise the player, keep them on their toes, and give gameplay variation. When RNG is used to give shit fucking gear drops over and over again and gacha pulls, that's bad RNG, but this is good RNG. Keeping the player on the toes and keeping them engaged. I think that's good RNG. And that's the difference. And I really do think that is the difference between good and bad RNG. Or use of random numbers. Yeah, so this basically tells us that sugar cubes cannot be used directly to cook a food item. You would have to process it into a new food item of sugar. Really, this is kind of misleading because it doesn't mean that it makes a food item. It just means that it will go through the cooking process to make something new. Like, so it's like this system's pretty cool because what you could also do with it, right, is like, for example, you could make it so that, I don't know, you find a magical amulet or whatever, right, but it needs activating, and to activate it you need to add, you know, I don't know, fucking frog spit and weasel cum. Why did I go there? You know what I mean? Like, you process it with something else, and then you put it through the system, and then it activates it or whatever. I think it's pretty cool. I'm loving it. I'm liking this. It's not even built yet, and I'm already liking it. You can tell when you've got a good idea, I think, because you just like the idea is enough to make you feel like hyped for it. It's like, okay, yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be really good. Okay, yeah. So I'm losing track though. I'm waffling. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to let the player drink milk, but I don't really see a purpose for it. I mean, you could do. It could also be a food item, I guess. At the moment, it's set up to only be an ingredient. Yeah, but okay, that's the problem is with my system is it's a one-to-many relationship. It's not a many-to-many relationship. So if I have milk, the problem with that, right, is if I have milk as a food item, and I think this is why I haven't done it. If I have milk as a food item, it means that the cooking system has to turn it into that, and there's no way I can think of for a food system to turn milk into milk. So that's why we can't really have it as a food item. It has to just be an ingredient. Because if it's a food item, it should mean the cooking system lets you make it, right? I suppose we could add a bypass. It would be easier to just do a bool there that says, you know what I mean, this is uniquely a food item and it doesn't come from the food system. You know what I mean? Like milk and water, you can drink them, but they don't go through the cooking system. Yeah, also I just noticed we don't actually have water as an item yet. I thought, oh yes we do, glass of water it says. Yeah, we do have water. I was going to say, I thought I'd seen water somewhere. Okay, so recipes, let's see. So yeah, we did sugar, which is the sugar cubes. We can't do milk because milk isn't made. Cocoa powder is something you have to buy. Oats you farm directly. Raisins you farm directly. Oh, we could make that different. We could make it so that you collect grapes, but you process them into raisins by heating them. In which case you would use grape. Because it just adds a layer of like gameplay and complexity to it. It does say here that a raisin is an ingredient and a food item. Now, yeah, this is because I was going to say that you can eat raisins to restore health or whatever. So this is the milk problem I was just talking about. So yeah, okay, a raisin can be... Well, maybe we should do that then. Okay, I'm going to do that. You don't actually collect raisins, you collect grapes. And then the recipe for raisin, because anything that's a food item has, at the moment, the way it's set up, has to have a recipe attached to it. So now we're going to have to make it so that you make... We'll do 2 grapes this time. So you heat your grape. Oh, we could add sugar. Grape and sugar. Grape, sugar. Yeah, go on then. Grape, sugar. Makes resin. This is so cool to set up. Like once it's there, I can just build it. I just click these things in. It's so cool. It's so satisfying making these things from the ground up. So that's a grape. We need icons for these. Now it lets me type. Ah, was it being awkward? Why did I decide to do 2 descriptions for these things? I can't think of a second description for it. Grapes can be turned into sweet raisins for cookies. That should really be the helper text, I guess. Okay, that'll do. The main thing is to get the recipes in order first. Make sure the recipes are all set. Yeah, so we've got a recipe for chocolate. Now it's cookie recipe time. This is the fun part. Okay, so original cookie. Oh man, I've been so hyped for this. So we're making original cookies. Ingredients. So all cookies should have like a base thing, I'm thinking. I gotta be careful as well because the mini game's only gonna have enough room for so many ingredients. Otherwise it's gonna get a bit nuts. So I think I should try and keep it to like 6 maximum. So obviously we're gonna need the cookie dough wheat. And I think water is another one. Glass of water. And sugar. I think that should be the base cookie ingredients. I don't know about milk. Would you use milk in cookies? I have no idea. And I know it's not real life anywhere. But now it's got me thinking about it. I'm just wondering, is there such a thing as a recipe for cookies that includes milk? Just show me plain cookies. Those are all way too fancy. I just want to know. What the hell? These are like basic cookies. There you go. Okay, what'd you put in them? It's basically flour, sugar, and butter. So none of the things that are in my game. Yeah, we don't have butter, so I don't know whether I should have butter, but it becomes a problem, like, unless you buy butter from the shop, I suppose, because there's always going to be a trade system. And maybe you have to buy the butter from the shop. Or do you make your own butter with milk and shit? Oh, I don't know. Now's the time to get this right. Okay, how do you make butter in real life? This should be somewhat educational. Double cream? Is that literally all it is? Jesus, it's just cream apparently. But what is even cream? Like, how do you make cream? Doesn't it all come from milk originally? Developing games is my nightmare. I always forget where everything is. Oh god, I'm the same. I'm trying to get a lot better though at, like, being organized and labeling things properly and stuff like that, which really helps, because yeah, I'm the same way. But yeah, I think I've noticed that if I'm a lot better about naming things and putting them in the right place and trying to be good at that kind of stuff, it definitely helps. Definitely. There is no recipe for double cream. I guess they come from the double cream fairy. As long as it doesn't come from the cream elves. That's the main thing. I mean, it says double cream recipes, but I think these are recipes containing double cream rather than like how to make cream. Yeah, okay, so maybe we put butter in the game, but you buy it from the shop. I don't know. Because, I mean, you could heat milk. What if you just heat milk to make the butter? I know it doesn't really make sense, but, for a video game, it's fine. You heat butter, you heat the milk to make butter, and then you can use the butter to make the cookies. I mean, I think it kind of works. from a gameplay perspective. Oh no, my milk still has sugar descriptions, item description. If it's good for cows, it's good for you. Milk can be used to make butter. There we go. Okay, so we're putting butter in the game and you can make it with milk. I don't know. It's just trying to add a few dimensions to this like cooking system, so it actually, you know, the player actually has to engage with it to some degree. But you could always just go to the shop and buy all this shit if you wanted as well, or a lot of it. Butter. Creamy, tasty goo that just works. Butter is used to make Girl Scout cookies. Okay, so butter is an ingredient, but it's also a food item because it needs to engage with the cooking system. So it needs a recipe. So the recipe to produce butter is going to be 3 milks, I'll say. And then you're basically just heating the milk to make butter. I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm actually really hyped for this. Right, so milk is only an ingredient item. You buy it. I might even add like fucking, I mean they have it in BDO, but I thought it was kind of weird to be honest. I don't know if I want to add cows in the game and then make it so you can actually just milk cows. It could be fun. I think that's the kind of thing where it's either going to be terrible or it could be quite good. I think that's the kind of thing that I would have to test and be like, okay, if we add this, is it good and does it work or is it terrible? And then, you know, it would depend on how it turns out, I guess. That would be a lot more crafty. I put, is it good? It's supposed to say if it's good for cows. If it's good for cows, it's good for you. Okay. Grape. So raisins made from grapes and sugar, chocolate made from milk and cocoa powder, cookies. Base recipe should be cookie dough, water, sugar and butter, and then whatever flavor we're adding to the cookie is the 5th ingredient item. Right, so for original cookies we'll just leave it like that. So mint cookies is going to be same but with mint. So we need the 5th item. So making mint cookies is, where is it? Cookie dough, water, glass of water, sugar, butter, and mint. Nice, okay. Having a shop where you could buy the milk would be a less tedious option. Well, that was my original plan. Yeah, that's my original plan. But I do like games that give you the option. Yeah, like BDO was quite cool that you could go and milk cows, but like after doing it a couple of times I was like, you know, it's like I'd rather just buy this. Yeah, and it probably would be quite a lot of work as well, wouldn't it? Just like to develop, but sometimes like this project is kind of like my personal playground. It's like, okay, anything I've ever wanted to try and do in a game, I want to sort of try and add it to this, just to, you know, use it as my own personal testing thing. So yeah, it might be fun to try at some point, but we'll see. I've already got a lot to do. So chocolate cookies, obviously, is our main cookie ingredients plus chocolate. So I'll put the chocolate in first, actually, and then we'll put wheat. Yeah, but these ingredients are gonna shuffle, which I think should be quite fun. So every time you make them, it'll be a different order, different beats that it wants you to put them in. Keep you on your toes, which I really think is just going to be such a great thing. Glass of water. What was my... Oh, butter. Butter. Okay, oatmeal cookies. Did I finish that? Yeah. Oatmeal cookies recipe. Oatmeal cookie. So we're going to have cookie dough wheats, we're going to have water, and we're going to have sugar and butter and oatmeal. Oats. There we go. And the last cookie type is the raisin cookie. Cookie raisin. So obviously usual plus raisins. So we've got our cookie dough, wheat, our sugar, our water, our butter, and raisins. Cool. Alright, so that should be ready to go now. I should be able to test it. So what the script should do is it will find anything in our item database that is a cookable item and add it to a list. Well, it won't add it, actually it'll add the recipe to the list. So it'll add a list of recipes for all our cookable items into a list, and then from that we will draw the finished food items on the cooking screen so that you can select, you know, what is it you want to cook. But then we also need to query the player's inventory for the ingredients, like it does in Genshin. Do you have the ingredients? If so, you know, that's selectable. If not, we'll sort of ghost it out so you can see, oh, you know, I can make mint cookies, but I don't have any mint. Oh, okay. And then in the back of the player's mind, they'll be like, oh, I need to look out for some mints. Stuff like that. It's pretty good. But then again, more user engagement and play time when you have cows to be milked. I know, right? Well, I don't know how everything's going to fit together, but like I like the idea. So in this game, you're going to have like two currencies. You're going to have personal currency that you can buy things with and do things with. And then there's going to be the camp currency, so you're supposed to raise funds. So like with the cookies, you're supposed to sell cookies to raise money for the camp. And then hopefully, if things go well, I want like the game to have two parts. So like this, in the second half of the game, you actually end up running your own camp. So then you've got to like, you have your own camp funds. So then you're not just responsible for raising money for your camp, but you can also spend money to like improve the camp and stuff, and go into that sort of like camp management, like business management side of things. I don't know about that because that sounds like it's going to be a lot of work, but I don't know. It could be fun. I think it's a good idea, but it's like, ugh. Where do we even start? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm definitely getting better at this sort of thing, so I think it could be fine. So So maybe, yeah, if you're like milking, you could have cows on your camp, and then you have the girls milk them and sell milk to make money or something. That could work. Sounds like a lot of hours to be spent programming. I know, right? I don't think it's too bad. Well, I suppose it depends how much you enjoy it, though, isn't it? I enjoy this kind of thing a lot more than trying to rotate a bloody fire when it just doesn't do what you expect it to do, which was my first 3 hours this morning. That fire looks really good now, though. The fire looks really good. It's looking a lot better. Yay! There's our cooking pot. Okay, so let's make sure it is working properly. So if we open up our cooking UI, wherever it is. There we go. We didn't get any errors, so that's the first good sign. And we should have a list of recipes. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Yeah, why didn't we get an error? I forgot to link my food item. It knows what a food item looks like. Okay. There's your food item. But why didn't we get any errors? It should have been here. Huh. I mean, we could try it again now that I've linked food items, but I don't know what's going on. We need a new sound effect. Ooh, yay! Cooking pot. There's got to be a cooking pot sound effect. Like a lid rattling or something like that. Pot lid. Pots and pans. That could be good. Yeah, that could be good. So as you open the menu, you get this like little sizzle, and we'll just fade it out. And I guess it could be quite good. Yeah. Let's check out the pans first. They might be better. Yeah, those are nice as well. Actually, that's what I was originally thinking of. Have to find the right one. One hour of animated moving gradients. Who makes that? Hello, my name is Mr. Chill. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Today we're going to make 1 hour of moving gradient. So buckle up, boy. It's gonna be a rough one. I mean, each to their own, I guess, but like, wow. I don't know. Maybe that's what I should be doing instead of trying to rotate a flame for 3 hours. It's probably better, actually. Who am I to judge? I'm probably, you know. Okay, we got our cooking pot sound. Oh, you can tell I'm excited because I'm all over the place right now. I'm getting all scattered and I'm like, oh, I'm trying to do everything all at once, and I'm like, oh, I want to get a new sound effect, and oh, I want to test this and do this, and where's my downloads? There it is. I was trying to be programming. Well, maybe it was programmed. I don't know. I love programming. I mean, it's not always easy. But yeah, I think I like both. Yeah, that one's pretty good. What about that one? That's too. It's too over the top, that one. I like that one. Let's go with that one. Yeah, and I think when it's harder, like it is kind of more rewarding, I feel like. I don't know, sometimes it's just awful, or like when you're like, oh my god, that took me like a whole day and it shouldn't have, and it wasn't such a big thing, and it's just like sometimes I get a bit angry about like, Jesus, that took way too long, like why was that so hard? And it's like, I don't know. And I suppose the only good thing you get out of that is like a sense of relief that it's like, oh god, it's done now, thank god. But yeah, I think that they're the least often things that happen. But yeah, that was a bit like that today, and it's weird, right? Because like I still don't even know what caused the problem. But just by sort of taking a step back and starting the whole thing from scratch, it was like, okay, well, it's working now. So I still don't know what broke it, but you know, obviously it was just one of those weird things. And it's a bit annoying if you can't really figure out why as well. Like, why wasn't it working? I feel like I didn't really learn anything from it. But I suppose you learned that, you know, sometimes that is the best way, just to sort of like start again and let's see if, you know, things are different this time, and sometimes that's all it takes. It's fun until debugging comes into play. Yeah, especially those niggly things that you just can't quite figure out. It's like, oh god, this thing has so many systems now. So she has a couple of little glitches, and I was thinking I probably need to make a tool just to find out how to fix them, because like she's got so many scripts running on her movement and stuff. Every now and again, like she'll get in a weird position or something, that like this weird glitch where she hasn't quite like she doesn't reset properly into like so she can walk again or whatever. So there's this little bug where it's like I think she thinks she's still on a cliff, but she's not, and like it won't let you move. It's like trying to pull you back down to the ground. Now if you jump, it fixes it and she resets. But I'm like, okay, I need to find out like what condition is causing that. But it's like I don't even know where to start, and I'm like, well, do I need to build a tool for that so that like I make a log of. And then the only thing I can think of is if I put a timestamp on a screen and then run it, and then have a log that saves the timestamp and then all the different like conditions that she's in, and then wait for the bug to show up, and then, you know, play it back in slow motion and go, okay, so the timestamp is here, so let's read the log from that timestamp, because like I'm like, otherwise I have no idea where the hell it's happening, and I'm like, oh god, that'll be fun. Yeah, sometimes it's just like that though. I probably have more than one cooking pot sound effect though, I would think. So there's one when you open the screen, and then maybe one when you've, because there's going to be some sound effects probably when you're doing the minigame, I would think. I'll probably need some for that as well. I'll just put that in for now. Where is my Unity project? There it is. Just so I can save that, change that to cooking pot. There we go. Okay, let's see if it's working then. So we want to see all the recipes show up when we open the cooking screen. Well, they're not going to show up yet because I haven't got that far, but they should go into a list for us to work with. Why did it play the backpack sound again? I changed it, look. Ah, weird. We've got... Oh, because that one's open, that one's probably closed. Okay, yeah, I'll just leave it for now. Okay, did it work? Yes, we've got 10 recipes. Yes! Oh, yes! Look at that! So now we know what to show in these boxes, so we can show, hey, you've got sugar cubes. Do you want to make some sugar? Ooh, do you want to make some butter with your milk there? Ooh, well, what's this one? None? What is this? Oh dear, something went wrong. Why does it say none? Oh no. Yeah, that is, what's after butter? So it went in and it found sugar, which is first. And then it found butter. Milk isn't one. Cocoa isn't one. Oats isn't one. It should have found raisin. Yeah, raisin is next. So it just put a blank one in for no reason. Hang on, let me check that. Is there 10? Do I have 10 or 9 recipes? Is the question. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I do only have 9 recipes. Why did it add a read? Yeah, I don't know why it did that. That was kind of weird. Because we do have 9 recipes, so it did find them all. But for some reason it put an empty one in between. Which makes me think that something's set up to say that it should have a recipe and doesn't have a recipe. Huh. I wonder what I've done wrong. Well, it's something in between butter and raisins, obviously. Okay, what the hell have I done wrong? Something between butter and raisins. So there's butter. So we look to see whether it's a food item. Milk is not a food item. Cocoa is not a food item. Not a food item. Grape is. Ah, we. Yeah, that's wrong. Well, yeah, it depends. It depends how I want to do this. The question is, yeah, that's wrong. That shouldn't be in there. It should be the raisin that has the food item, not the grape. But it's like, this is where my brain starts doing somersaults. It's like, yeah, but you can eat grapes, so like, why can't we eat grapes? It's like, well, the reason we can't eat grapes is because, I mean, I could add the ability to do it, but I'm like, I don't know if it's worth it. It's like, okay, I could make it so that you can have a food item that doesn't necessarily come out of the food system. You know, like you pick up a grape and you can eat it. It doesn't come through the food system, but you can still eat it. It just means I would need to add a conditional check in my system for that, and I don't, at the moment I haven't wanted to do that because I don't know. It's like, where do you draw the line if you do that? Because then I could do that with milk and I can do it with water, but it's like, but then I've got to, you know what I mean? Like, it's so many things, and it's like, So yeah, at the moment, really, a food item just means that it is made using the cooking system. So that's what was causing that bug. Yeah, which sadly means you can't eat anything unless it's come out of the cooking system, the way it's set up at the moment. Like I said, I could change that. I just don't know if I want to. I probably should, but I don't know. I mean, the only real purpose for eating things anyway is to restore health, and I feel like there's plenty of other options to restore health that, like, Do I really need to make another system? Like, it's not really a system, but it's still a conditional check. I don't know that I need to do that. Right, open cooking. I write in C++ currently, trying to move my direction towards C#. Oh, it's normally the other way around, isn't it? Since I'm just indie, not AAA, it's less of a pain in the ass. I've never done C++, so it's hard for me to compare the two. But yeah, I mean, I think you should fly if you manage C++. Okay, you should fly through C#. Because yeah, I mean, I came from Visual Basic, so Unity was like pretty natural progression for me. Because I went from like using Visual Basic C# straight into Unity, so it was like a nice transition. Yeah, and a couple of times I've looked at Unreal. I mean, we're supposed to be using Unreal now in college, and it's like, I'm gonna try and avoid it for as long as possible. It's just because I've got like 7 years of Unity under my belt, and it's like, you know, it's taken me long enough to get here, so it's not something I don't really want to learn another language if I could help it. I just want to make games, you know. I don't necessarily want to know every programming language on earth. But yeah, I mean, I can't recommend it enough. Like, it's great. I really love C#, and I haven't come across anything that you can't do in it. Like, there's a way to do anything, and I do mean anything. Alright, so there we go. There's our 9 recipes. So our next step is just to iterate through these. We do have icons for most of these, but not all of them. Because I did add some today, so like sugar was just sugar cube until today. But then I'm like, well, you wouldn't cook with sugar cubes, which I want to be the way that you get sugar. You would need to process it first. So I'm like, okay, well, let's do that. So I need a different icon for sugar. Butter is new today. I didn't originally have it, but I think if we're making cookies, we probably need it. And I've made it so you can just make it out of milk. So I guess I need icons for that. Other than that, I think everything else is good. Oh, we don't have an icon for grapes, because originally I was going to make it so you just get raisins directly. You buy them from shops or whatever. But I think it might be better if you can make them using grapes. Maybe that'd be good. You have menthol flavouring in your vape juice? Yeah, it's actually... I think this one's menthol. Actually, it might not be. So I mix my own. So I have a blueberry, which is no nicotine. And then what I do is I get the 20 milligram nicotine. I get a second flavour. Usually I either get another berry one, but lately I've been getting vanilla, and then I'll mix them. Because berry and vanilla is actually really nice. It's probably my favourite, actually. And it's a bit cheaper doing it that way, which is the main reason I do it. But it's also kind of fun to make your own flavors as well. So yeah. But yeah, sometimes the berries are menthol one, and then other times not. But it's a nice combo. Right, so we've got our logs. I still don't fully know what I'm doing with the logs yet. I know you can start fires with logs, which is going to be one of the early missions. And then you're going to need fires to cook. But I don't know, given that I've made 5, I seem to make 5 of everything. There's 5 Girl Scout cookies. There's 5 different log types. I seem to be like, oh, there's 5 bird variations. Oh yeah, check out my bird. Did you want to see my bird? I'm really happy with my bird, actually. So this is what I did yesterday. So I think I was playing Genshin, and I kept running past birds and just being really impressed with their little birds, and they'll fly off and stuff. And I was like, I should add something like that. We should have birds in the game. So that's exactly what I did. But it's yeah, it's pretty nice. Where is he? Where is he hiding? He's round here somewhere. Oh yeah, there he is. So I have 5 different bird colours, so he's randomly picked green this time. You can't, obviously I need to get rid of the grass because you can't see him above the grass, but yeah. He'd probably be perched somewhere. So if you go up to him, he'll fly off. There he goes. He's flapping his little wings. And I've got like transforms set up so I can set paths for them, so they could have their own different paths. And what I've done is I've made it so that he'll fly back around to his landing spot. But if I'm too close to it, he'll just fly on. But if I back away from it, then he'll come back and land and reset. So I'm really pleased with it. It's pretty nice. I need to add some sounds though. I used to vape for a while ago. Now I just use Xena. Oh, what is that? Oh, Zins. I was a wildland firefighter for years, so pouches just made life easier while working. Ah. Yeah, I used to smoke tobacco. The reason I started smoking vaping, is because I moved back in with my parents and they don't want any smoking indoors. So my options were quit smoking, which every time I do I end up starting again, and it's yeah, it's tough. So I was like, I don't want to quit right now. So that wasn't an option. Or be going outside every like bloody 20 minutes for a cigarette and then coming back again. And I was like, well, okay, vaping's not too bad. I just need to get used to it again because I had tried it before. And at least I can do that indoors. So yeah, it's kind of like made more sense. You thought about implementing some sort of geometric grass. I tried a couple of different things. This was the one that I could get working best. It has a little bit of wind animation on it, and it's all like billboarded and stuff. And it's pretty low footprint, you know, like in terms of performance and stuff. And I think it matches the. I just think it matches the style that I'm going for like perfectly. So yeah, I'm actually really pleased with the grass. What I am going to do is I'm gonna color. So this is just standard Gaia, which is the terrain system I'm using. These are standard Gaia textures for the terrain, but I came up with my own code to make these cliffs, like my own algorithm for the shape of it and everything. So what I am eventually going to do, I just haven't got around to it yet, is I'm gonna replace all of the terrain textures. So I'm gonna blend this in more so it matches the grass better. And then the cliffs are going to be more toon-like as well because they're a bit too realistic looking for now. So things should look a lot more sort of, you know, like they fit together better once I get around to it, basically. Yeah, and I'm obviously going to brush up all the grass off the cliffs as well whenever I get around to it. It's just too many things to do, you know? I like my wood chopping. My wood chopping's pretty good. Yeah, I do like the wood chopping. I think the cooking game should be pretty good once I have it set up. I need to make this faster because it takes forever for the axe to get to the position. Yeah, and those logs float a bit too much as well. I need to resize the colliders, I guess. It's coming together. And the fire looks a lot better than it did this morning. I wonder if game development, there's always new things to do. I know, right? I finally understand why people say, you know, a game's never ever finished. Like, you just kind of have to stop at some point. You kind of have to say enough's enough. Like, I can't even imagine getting to a point where I'm like, okay, I think it's time to stop working. But it, like, oh, I'm so glad I figured out like the whole climbing thing and the, you know, getting cliffs like this, which I really needed to do it. Because I've started making loads and loads of different types of games like over the years, and then I always just kind of get bored and move along. But like I couldn't believe how addictive like Genshin's formula was for like just gliding around and climbing off cliffs and all this. And I was like, oh my god, this is made in Unity. Like, I've got to figure this out. Like, I have to, no matter how long it takes me, I've got to figure this out. It's like, this is the kind of game I want to make. And so I think it took me about 2 years before I even... And it was so weird, right? Because I tried all kinds of different things and I couldn't ever figure anything out. And it was kind of on a whim. It was so weird when I actually finally did, because it really was just on a whim. I was like, should we... I'm like, okay, I want to do some Unity, but like, should we try the cliff thing again? And I'm like, but I just don't even know where to start. And I was like, well, you know, we might get it one day. And yeah, I don't know, I got a new idea of like, well, wait a minute, you know, maybe we can use the terrain system and sort of manipulate it somehow, and that's basically how I ended up doing it. I love writing 2D games. For some reason, just gives me that classic feel. Yeah, I gotta admit, I think I'm more of a 3D fan. I have made 2D things. I think it depends what you want to go for, I guess. But I do love 3D. It just feels so good. Yeah, I'm really... it's just crazy. I can barely believe like that I did all this. It's so weird. Because when I burned myself out on this last time, like, I was getting kind of down about it because I think I was just looking too closely at all the little things that weren't quite working the way I wanted them to. And I don't think I'd realised how much I'd actually managed to do and how much it was coming along. And then when I started a game development course a couple of months ago, to get on the course, they were like, okay, well, you know, you don't really have the game experience, you've only got the computing experience, so you know you should start on the lower course. And I was like, but you realize I've been doing this for like 7 years. And I was like, well, I could send you something if you want. And they were like, oh yeah, well, send us, you know, what you've been working on so we can see what sort of level your skills are at. And so of course I revisited the game and looked at it from like a fresh perspective, and I was like, oh my god, why the hell did I take a break from this? Like, this, I need to continue this. Like, this is really coming along. And I guess I just needed to take that break and that step back and look at it as a whole and realize, you know, oh yeah, this really does have potential, I think. It's crazy how good game development can make you feel about yourself. Like, did I really do this? Yeah, I think I think that's a programming thing for me. Like, I always get that from programming, to be fair. Even if I'm doing like a little application or a little tool, sometimes I'll just do something and I'm like, oh my god, like, how the hell did I do that? yeah, I gotta do something about that as well. So I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. So you can see the edge. So because the terrain thing has like a size, it obviously starts off as a flat plane, and then that has like a set size, and you can sort of see where that size ends under the water, because I guess the water has like a level of transparency to it. Now the way the game is at the moment, you can't even swim past that point because I need to be doing like constant ground checks and stuff for swimming. So I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with that. But yeah, like, so first of all, you can sort of see the edge of the world through the ocean right now, which I need to do something about. And then secondly, if I want to expand any further out, like, I don't even know how I can do that at the moment. Because the ocean's kind of weird. The ocean actually follows you around so that it never runs out. So you could actually swim out till you get to floating point areas if you really wanted to. I came from a reverse engineering background. Oh, really? So I've been trying to score a job at Roblox through helping their anti-tamper. Oh, yeah, that'd be cool. Team with H1 report. Software engineering will remain as the future. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? It's weird, though, because a lot of stuff is going AI now. Because I was thinking about what do I want to do, and I was torn between 3 different fields. So the weird thing is, here's the weird thing. So it started off like, because my passion is games. So I originally picked games, and then because I needed to get funding, I needed to go through like England student financing. I couldn't do games because I had to be doing a level higher than what I'm already qualified in to get the funding, basically. So then I went on to software development. I was going to do software development because I was like, well, you know, I like programming anyway, so I'll still enjoy it and I'll probably learn a lot of stuff. And I can probably use some of the stuff that I learn in my games, to be honest. But I was also considering AI because I know that that's where a lot of things are heading now. But I'm like, oh, I don't know. AI just feels so... too much like a black box, you know, like no one's really in control of that stuff. Like even those social media sites, you know, people talk about these algorithms, but at the same time they're also like, oh, you know, we don't really know how it's doing this. It's like, what? Nothing seems worse to me. Like the thing I love about programming is that you have full control over it. So the idea is if you program something that you don't even know why it's doing the things it's doing or how to maybe steer it in a certain direction, that sounds awful to me. It's like, wait a minute, who's controlling who, you know? So yeah, AI, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about AI. Don't get me wrong, I love that like you can have a conversation with ChatGPT and it can help you write code and stuff. I think that's amazing, but at the same time it's like, how much control do even the developers have over this thing? Sounds like not a lot, and I don't know, that's a kind of a scary concept. So I don't know, it's a bit weird. But yeah, the course I'm on now wasn't even on the website, so when I was speaking to them they were like, oh, you know, you could do games at that level, you know, the higher level. But like I say, I kind of had to prove my skills first. And I was like, oh, well, that's weird because like your website doesn't even have this course. And it's completely missing off the website. Otherwise, I would have gone straight for that course anyway. AI can be the future for games too. Example, having clothing in your game generated through AI. It's nuts. Yeah, I think as long as it's only used as a tool... It's weird. It's like, I don't know. There's always a sacrifice that you make, isn't there, in creativity with technology? I don't know. I mean, people freaked out about the typewriter and cameras, you know, like, oh, no one's going to paint anymore. We're going to lose art, you know, artisticness. But there's still a lot of artistic, you know, decision making in photography, for example. and you can still write amazing literary works with a typewriter or a word processor. So like sometimes, you know, tools really are just tools, and people sort of get a bit too carried away, you know, feeling like the machine's taking over. But I don't know, this AI thing is like a completely different ball game. It is kind of nuts. Yeah, and you've got to wonder, like, I don't know. I don't think it'll ever... There's always going to be people who prefer the human thing anyway. Like, yeah, I'm sure you'll get game studios that turn out utter trash, where most of it is AI generated, and it's just, you know, once you've played one game like that, you've probably played them all. I don't think it's going to offer much creative variation. But then you're always going to get, like, the other end of the scale where people are like, okay, you know, we're going to handcraft everything because, you know, people are sick of these AI games, and I don't know, maybe it'll inspire people to be more creative. Like, sometimes these things have a reverse effect, don't they? So that'll be interesting. Yeah, it's just taking jobs away when you have models and textures generated by AI. Takes jobs away from modelers and designers. I don't know if it does, though. I know that that seems like the logical thing, but I don't know, because at the moment, depends how good it gets, I guess. Because at the moment, like, AI couldn't have made this game. Like, it definitely helped with some of the systems here and there, but like, I still needed to know what I was asking for. I still needed to try different things. I still needed to add my own things and change my own things. Like, it still very much needed a lot of human input to make it, you know, something that made sense. So yeah, this has, I don't know, I would say it's helped. If I was to give it a percentage, there's probably only like maybe about 20% of this game's code that was like assisted by AI. But I'm grateful for that 20% because, you know, I think maybe there are some things that I wouldn't have figured out, or maybe it would have took me a lot longer to figure out if I was doing it all on my own. Or maybe, you know, I just wouldn't have gotten there yet. I don't know. So I do feel grateful for that 20%. But yeah, at the moment, like, I just don't think it could do the other 80% on its own. But yeah, as it gets better, it probably will. So I feel like, you know, designers and stuff would still need to add their own touch, surely. Having said that, Stable Diffusion and Midjourney and stuff like that is, it's pretty scary how good that stuff's getting. But again, it's like, you know, it's like a black box, isn't it? Like, I feel like most people don't want a roll of the dice when they get something creative. Like, if you're doing a YouTube thumbnail and you just want a picture of a can of beans for your, you know, video about baked beans, I think AI is perfect because, you know, it doesn't really matter that much what that tin of beans looks like as long as you get a tin of beans. But like, if you're doing like concept art for an upcoming game, or I don't know, something like a book cover or something that's a bit more, needs to be, you know, a bit more thought out, I don't think you can leave it to AI yet, not even like Midjourney and stuff, because it's too much of a black box, I think. Yeah, she's done that little bug again. Oh my god, it's trying to pull her through the cliff. Whoa, I've never seen it that bad before. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, there's something weird about this cliff. It's like she doesn't quite know what to do with it. She thinks she's climbing up to the top of it. Huh. Yeah, she really doesn't like that cliff. Weird. Okay, I don't know what is going on with the... Nice to go out of bounds in my own game. To be fair, that's the first time. Yeah, there was some issue there with that cliff though. She really didn't like that cliff. Some weird reason. Technology in general has taken a lot of jobs away, to be fair though. Example like cashiers. Yeah, I think stuff like that. But I mean, you could say that, I guess, even when they were doing the self checkouts, I reckon probably do hire less cashiers now. Yeah, I just hope that they do something about it though. Like, I don't know. Like, is society just gonna let people starve who don't have jobs? You know what I mean? Or oh yeah, here's my little tomb thing. Haha, forgot about this. I can't even remember how my own puzzle works now. Yeah, I just can't evolve the way engineers want it to. It's the future of disaster. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I say, I'm in two minds about it. It's like, one half of me feels like, yeah, it is the end of humanity, because it quite literally could be. I think it's less about what it's more about how we use it, isn't it? Right? Like AI, it's like being scared of guns, right? Guns don't kill people. You know, people kill people, and they might use a gun, but the gun is just a tool. And I feel like AI is a bit like a gun. Like, yeah, I can see it. You know, if people aren't responsible with it, and I don't even know that we were ready for the internet. So how the hell are we going to be ready for AI? Right? Because it's something that requires a great deal of responsibility, and if people aren't responsible with it, it could result in utter chaos. But for me, more so in that, like, you know, look, if the majority of the world ends up unemployable because AI's got all the jobs, then, you know, you're going to need some way to sustain people financially, economically. And the way the current leaderships and governments and stuff are set up, it just doesn't look like they have any interest in that at all. But I don't know, at the same time, they love having control, so maybe if they get to control you and, you know, keep you where they want you and just give you a basic cost of living wage, maybe they would prefer that. I don't know. But I don't know, then what are we like without purpose? You know, it's like, I don't know. It's a very tricky topic. So many things to think about. And we're back at camp. Oh no, why are we seeing the back of the fire? That shouldn't be happening. Oh, I need to find a way to stop that happening. Or is it the way the light's catching it from certain... You could see the texture that it was rendering on. Can't see it now. Oh yeah, there, I can see it now. I wonder if that's a material issue. Is the fire reflecting on the character too? Probably not. What it probably is, because there's like a red... I have like a red flickery light that... yeah, you can probably see its effect there. So it's got like a red flickery light on it. But yeah, the I guess the red light is reflecting off, which, yeah, gives it a nice kind of like, it kind of gives the illusion, doesn't it, that it is reflecting, but really it's just a red light. Well, it seems quite effective. Wait, where is that plane? I can't see it. I can see it from certain positions. I can see it now. I can see the corner of it. Whoops. Where is the camp? Camp. I didn't put it. Oh, what even is that? Maybe it's called Scout Camp or something. Oh no, I can't find the damn thing. If I search for bonfire, I can find it. So it's sort of like a dynamic light that causes the reflection. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's a normal point light. So, see, I didn't make that fire. I got it. I can't remember whether I got it through the asset store or whether I found it on like a GitHub or something. And it came like that actually. But yeah, it is really effective. I'll check. I think it's just a basic point light if I remember right. Oh, we've got some weirdness going on here. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's a spotlight. There we go. Oh yeah, it is a point light. Yeah, so it's a basic point light with just the red color, and its intensity is kind of like fluctuating in script. The script just kind of fluctuates it. Oh, it's the sun shafts. That's what it is. The sun shafts are sort of going a bit weird through the smoke. It looks okay. It's a bit flickery, but I suppose it doesn't look too bad. Just walk through the fire. Definitely see some potential in this game. Is it sort of like a survival game? No, it's going to be more like so basically the premise is that you're this girl who joins the Girl Scouts because your brother's ill, and you hear about this legend, right? So he's got this like unknown disease and the doctors can't help him. And anyway, she's like into like urban legends and stuff, and she finds out about this secret like cure that, you know, she believes can cure him, but it's tucked away on this island, hidden in all these like secrets. So if you imagine like, so it's kind of like Genshin meets Tomb Raider in a way. So there's going to be so the first thing you have to do is join the Girl Scouts, which is when you start the game, and you have to prove yourself, because this is like pretty much an uninhabited island. The only way she could get to the island to get the cure for her brother was to join the Girl Scouts on the island. So the first thing she has to do is prove herself to the Girl Scouts and work her way up the ranks, so that she can then have the ability to then go and explore the tombs and try and find the cure for her brother, basically. But then, like I say, in part 2, I might want to take it into more of like a you know, you manage your own camp and you're doing the sort of business management side of things. I'm not sure yet. So yeah, it's mainly going to be like, you know, sort of leveling up as a Girl Scout, and then you're going to be solving like little Tomb Raider-y type underground tombs and things, and then you'll get like a new, you know, stone tablet that, you know, you got to get 6 of them, and then it opens a bigger puzzle, and it's, you know, that kind of Russian doll puzzle thing where hopefully you'll like get the final cure for your brother and stuff. So it could be pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's like taking my two favorite games and trying to mash them together, I guess. It's like Genshin and Tomb Raider and trying to sort of make something in between. But yeah, it's going to be less like survivally and more casual like Genshin. But you know, really the only reason you're like cooking and stuff is less about healing and more about like raising money for the camp to build up your reputation to then like get the privilege to then, you know, go and explore the tombs and stuff. So she's doing it to sort of try and help her brother, but you know, the game's going to have all these little Skinner boxes. Cool idea. Are you planning to put it on Steam? I don't know yet because there's some weird licensing issues that I would have. So the tool that I use to make the character has all these strict licensing things if you're using the 3D models. So I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'd need to look into it basically. I don't know, because the last time I looked at it, I don't think it was as bad as I thought it was going to be. I think it was like, you know, if you make a certain amount, then, you know, you pay royalties or whatever, but I'm not sure. For some of them, you have to outright buy these insanely expensive licenses for, which I just couldn't afford. I mean, mainly it's just more of a personal project for me to enjoy and learn from, I guess. But I mean, I would love nothing more than to, like, you know, let everybody play this game. But I've got to worry. The only thing I've got to worry about is licensing for the model, basically. Yeah, I wonder what it says about that. So this is the thing that I use for the character. Yeah, you'd need this one, I think. So you have to purchase a game developer license. Which I think is like silly amounts of money. License agreement was signed. What? I just want to see how much you charge, you bastards. I thought you were just going to tell me about... Licensing agreements. Back here again. Do I have to just read all this? I don't understand. It says that I signed this license. I just want to see what the bloody cost is, you bastards. Unless they've changed it, I don't know. But it says you have to purchase an interactive license. Let's just see. I'm trying to think what products she uses. She uses the old Genesis model, so it should be cheaper. I don't even know if they care about that stuff anymore. I don't know. It's quite old now, the stuff that I'm using, because it's lower poly basically. I remember using a product. I'm sure it was called Harley or Haley or something. Might give me an idea of what sort of... But yeah, the problem is that so that character, she uses like tons of their products because I've been using them for years, so I don't know how many licenses I would have to buy. Website is slow. It's very confusing to navigate as well. It's just not showing me anything. It's figure genre. Software. Why is this so bad to navigate? I already told you I wanted Genesis. Genesis. Yeah, is this website even working right now? It doesn't look like it's working at all. It's just not doing anything. It says 1 of 44 and then it's not doing anything. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know whether it's like trying to load stuff or if it's just busted. It doesn't look good though. Yes, I don't know. See, each thing has different things. So if I remember right, and I think they changed the way it works, but if I remember right, I think every time you buy an item, they, like, for example, they'll charge you. Let's see if I can bring something up. I think the way it works is every time you buy an item, you can either buy the normal item for like $10 or the interactive license version of the item for like $100. Now, obviously, over the years, I've just been buying the standard items because I just want to, you know, learn and use it. But because, like, so one item might be like a character preset, and then I've bought like facial tweaks, and then you can have like a tunify feature. So like these items like stack up. So she's probably using like 20 of their items or something. So like, you know, if they're expecting like $100 times 20, you know what I mean, for me to have the rights to use that, then it's just unfeasible. So I really don't know. I'd have to really look into it, you know. But yeah, it's basically kind of how it works, I think. Like, their website isn't even freaking working right now. It never used to be this bad. I don't even know what the hell is happening. It used to ask you what model you wanted, like, to buy for. It's not even doing that now. Yeah, I think something at their end's busted because, as you can see, it's just not loading anything. Yeah, there you go. It looks like you have to buy a license per bundle, and it's $175 per license. Yeah, so like unless I could sell the game, or maybe like get money on Patreon or something to help fund it or something. I don't know. Probably not going to happen. Or, I don't know, maybe if I could get to a point where, you know, at the last minute I can replace the character with one that I can have full license over or something. But I do really like the character, and yeah, I mean that would probably break the animation pipeline as well, to be honest. So I'm kind of stuck with them for now, I think. Is the website loading for you, or is it just me? Oh, God, it finally loaded something. Holy shit. Yeah, this used to give you, there we go, characters. So I use the DAS pipeline, which is actually the oldest one, which technically should be cheaper. And the reason I use it is, well, first of all, I've already invested so much money in its add-ons that, like, you have to start again if you go up. But the other main reason is it's low polys. Like, their poly counts are insane. Not really made for games. So at least with the Genesis characters, they have lower poly counts than their newer models. So these are all like Genesis things. So I don't know. Let's just click something randomly. Let's pick her. Yeah, so it's not as bad. So like her interactive license, for example, is $35, but like my character uses like, you know, tons of these products. That's the problem. Because, you know, she's my own character that I've kind of used their products on. But I can go into the file, and I think I think it's... No, you know what? I actually can't. Oh, shit, yeah, I realised this as well. I lost my fucking file for it. Yeah, somehow when I reinstalled Windows 11, I've managed to not back up the fucking DAS file for her character, which is really, really stupid of me. Now, I've got her all exported, so it's not the end of the world, because I can still use her in the game, but if I want to look at what she's built up using now, that's going to be difficult for me to do. It'd be like $3.5 grand if you used a combination of 20 bundles. Yeah, probably. It is stupid, isn't it? Yeah, I don't actually have her original DAS file anymore. It's crazy. I have all these bloody characters that I've backed up. But like, I can show you an example, right? Is like... So I made an old woman character here, it looks like. Probably for some other project. Yeah, so there she is. And then I think if I look, yeah, so that there's that hair. So that hair is a product. Catwalk. So I would need to buy an interactive license for that, an interactive license for the AS dress, and then if we look at all the presets that are currently in use, actors, shaping, currently used. I need to click Genesis. Yeah, so some of these are from the old, like the aging set, so I'd probably need an interactive license for that. Yeah, so even just this character would need like 1, 2, probably 3, and I don't know if you have to give Daz something for the original Genesis, I'm not sure. Oh, she's, yeah, and then this is where it gets crazy, right? Because I have all these packs, so she's using like 82.6% of AC Andrea, which is another one, and then Nadia only 0.31%, so I suppose I could probably turn that one off and it wouldn't change it too much. Yeah, so these are, because these are all morphs, you see, basically, so by combining these you can make like unique characters, but the problem is as soon as you use anything in here, technically, you know, I guess you would supposedly need an interactive license, but I don't know if you'd like, you know, I think as long as you were paying for the main ones, I imagine they probably wouldn't. I don't know. Would they even know exactly which morphs you've used? I don't know. Should just have a monthly interactive license for all models on their website. No, their business model is nickel and dime you for everything. I mean, if you wanted to make this character here, for example, it's kind of misleading, right? Because you think $18, hey, that's not bad, but what you get basically is just the shape for Genesis. So you'll get a body shape and a head shape, and that's all you get. So then if you want the hair, you got to buy the hair. Then if you want, and it says here required products, you got to make sure you have all these as well. So you can't even make her until you buy Genesis Evolution, which I own, because like I said, I bought all these things. But if you were coming into this new, you'd have to buy Body Morphs, which is, well, it doesn't, oh, there you go, $20. So there's $20 added to the cost. I don't know whether you need the Genesis 2 ones if you're sticking with Genesis, but you need Head Morphs and Ico 6. So there's another $20. Right, so now it's an extra $40. And we haven't even gotten to hair and clothing yet. And this one is $44. Oh, I don't actually own this, so maybe I wouldn't need that. Oh, that is quite cool. Oh, she's quite cool. $45. That's weird, because the interactive license is actually only $50, to be fair. Which is not as much as I thought it would be. She's a cool character, though. Plus the licenses, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, like $35 for the license. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, the problem is like this is great. I love this program. Mind you, they've always been a bit, you know. I guess I love this program because I've already spent quite a lot of money with them, and like, you know, it saves me a lot of time, and it lets me put some really cool looking characters into some games pretty quickly. But if I ever wanted to, like, you know, distribute those games, like, this is definitely not a way to go. I would need to find some other option, I think, because yeah, their pricing is just ridiculous. Yeah, so as you can see, you need 1, 2, 3, 4 products, and you buy your 5th, and that just gives you the girl with no hair and no clothes. And then if you want to go get the hair, you got to buy the hair and an interactive license. And sometimes the hair will be like, oh, you need this other product first. And then same with the clothes. Sometimes it's like, oh, this is a variation of this product that you also need. Yeah, they are bastards at stuff like that. They kind of like, they'll release something and then make new products with other products, and then if you want that product, you've got to, you know, it gets expensive pretty quickly. And it's weird because that was how I first started, and I remember getting really pissed off with them actually, because the very first character I bought, what the hell was she called? I swear it was something like New, N-Y-U. That sounds familiar to me. Was it New? No, it wasn't New. Something like that. It was like an anime type thing, you know. But yeah, like, so I bought it and I thought, yay, you know, we get this character for $20 or whatever. And then I remember, like, why does it not look like the character? And then, like, the more I read, I was like, oh, so wait, I've got to buy this and this and this. And before I knew it, my $20 purchase turned into like $100. And I remember, like, screaming at customer services saying, this is so misleading. And they were like, ooh, we clearly say on the website what you need. And I'm like, and it's kind of crazy that I've stuck with them all this time, but I don't know. The thing is, they also work with the animation software that I use though. So this animation software, like, links directly with them. So, like, it's really quick to get animations and characters into games and stuff with it. So yeah, as someone who's a hobbyist, they're great to use as hobbyists. But yeah, if you want to start releasing stuff, I think I would need to find another solution. Probably. Yeah, that's probably true. If you could hire a modeler. But again, see, the problem with this game is it uses the pipeline from them over to iClone. So all the bone rigging and everything would have to be the same. So if that's the problem, right? Is if I paid a 3D modeler, even if, like, let's say you were like, oh, hey, I can make that character for you and it'll look exactly the same or whatever, right? And it's all, you know, license free. The problem is, like, I don't even know how I would rig it. Like, I'd need to rig it exactly the way the other one is rigged, and it'd have to have all the same names. Otherwise, all my animations break. And it's like, you know, even something as, you know, perfect as that would still require a lot of work to get it all, like, working exactly the same way. So, yeah, I don't even know. I've never really used anything other than that, so it's, yeah. It's still a bit of a mystery to me how I would go about using anything else at the moment. Yeah, anyway, I need to go get some food, so I'm probably going to leave it there. But yeah, it's coming along. But yeah, we're starting to learn a little bit of 3ds Max now. And I do think, hey, I should, you know, it's a shame I can't get good at this. Because that is a big problem I'm going to need to solve if I want to actually release games. I need to, like, you know, find a way to make my own characters or something. Alright, well, thanks for joining me. I will go get some food and leave it there for today. Oh, but yeah, I'm looking forward to my little mini game, putting that together. That should be quite fun. I think we've got most of the systems ready to go. Just kind of just gluing things together and seeing how it fits, seeing how it feels as well to play. But yeah, I can sort of envision it in my mind, and I do feel like it's going to feel a little bit like playing a rhythm game, but it's like constantly like kind of keeping you on your toes by not knowing exactly when to press the buttons and which buttons in which order. And I think that sounds pretty fun, as long as it's not too, you know, as long as I don't make it too fast or something. Could be pretty fun. Definitely nice to have a good talk. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, you too. Thanks, man. See you next time. Bye.